Testing, testing, voice with music, yay. Whew, alrighty then. Hello, hello. So, yeah, I think that we kind of could have seen this coming. Anybody who's been here before knows that, yeah, I love Darkest Dungeon, and with the talks from the other day about, I love Against the Storm, and I probably will go back to it and maybe play it, maybe on or off stream. I'm not sure, but it's, you know, certain game types. Maybe if I'd caught it when it was just released, it would be both enjoyable for me and, you know, trending enough that it would be more advantageous to my future or something. It's a tough call. But in any case, I do legitimately like Darkest Dungeon, and with Darkest Dungeon 2 fully releasing on Steam, I figured, hey, why not return to it? And aside from in a departure from my usual fashion, I think I've started and restarted Darkest Dungeon something like 3 or 4 times. This might be the maybe. And yeah, in any case, this time I'm not going to restart, which means that I'm just catching up with the mid-tier dungeons. But I feel like I still have a strong grasp of everything. There are probably little boss fight gimmicks and stuff that I'm gonna forget. And the different dungeon types, things that are recommended, probably could have done more mods to ease my way back into there, but nope. I like that. I still like that everything I have is pretty much cosmetic. Yeah, just some extra hero color palettes, and yeah, cool loading screen, and the human cursor from Warcraft 3 kind of fits. And yeah, all the DLCs except for the Butcher Circus. Yeah, I saw that there's a mod for a single-player Butcher Circus, and that might be a decent way to try it out, get a feel for it. And apparently there are trinkets attached to it with their own pros and cons. And I might try that, and it gets rid of the kind of weird feeling of multiplayer in my Darkest Dungeon. Certainly I'm not into Darkest Dungeon for... I'm into Darkest Dungeon for min-maxing, optimization, and trying to, you know, achieve victory and stay alive, but not to the point of usual human competition, because the discussion I've had before about like what happens when human competition is involved is an inevitable de-evolution into a meta, into like what's the best thing and what's the counter to the best thing, and all etc. all the way down. So yeah, in any case, returning to the Hamlet on normal difficulty. I probably could have put darkest difficulty, but it is a little odd going between, like, it's the darkest, but that's not the highest difficulty. Anybody who's looking probably knows anyways. So yeah, you have Radiant, Darkest, and Blood Moon, but I'm on normal. So yeah, week 29, I kind of want to get back into it and just finish the game, at least so that I can say I've done it. It's not that you have to finish a game to be a huge fan of the series or of any entry in it, but I feel like it would complete...
The degeneracy of the hamlet is nothing, I fear, when compared to the condition of surrounding acres.
Good to hear you again, Wayne June. But yeah, I feel like it would complete at least a basic level of authority on my end in any kind of feedback I give anybody else regarding game design or my feelings on Darkest Dungeon, because, you know, up until now I've never even... I don't think I'd stepped foot into the most difficult dungeon tier, let alone the Darkest Dungeon itself. So yeah, I really wanted to skip past me grinding through the early game, just getting to the mid-tier and high tier so that I can finally see, like, okay, this is the end game, this is how much the end game grind is, and the chances of, you know, losing heroes, the loot chances, the cost of treatment and stuff like that, the what is it, the Crimson Court DLC completion, crystals of, what is it, crystal, whatever madness, crystal field things. Gosh, I bought them all on a hack or something. Crimson Court and oh wait, no, is that just a? Oh, there it is. No, the color of madness. I was thinking of the Court of Madness. Like, no, it's the Crimson Court. So yeah, Crimson Court farmland stuff. A lot of things that I never really fully explored. And I don't want to keep citing like, oh, I love Darkest Dungeon without having all the context. So, yeah. So again, I don't know if I'd eventually do single-player Butcher Circus. So, great seeing seeing that the title of this estate was a nice a marking on the calendar of wow, what a year that was, and just the continuation of current events and everything going on. But yeah, just an idea of how far back it's been since I've really touched the game. But the madness must end. So, my usual style, yeah. Have a decent roster. Mix, kind of spreading between veteran teams, nurturing newbies. And I think, hopefully, if my playstyle is, nice and proper, I took care of everything before I left. I took care of everybody's, treatment for stress and whatnot. Ugh. So that I could just jump into things were I to ever return. Alright. Okay. I feel like I would I have upgraded everything before I left? I think I got most of stuff. Oh, I think, right. I guess the oddity is that I tend to upgrade stuff once I see where I'm going.
In time, you will know the tragic extent of my failings.
Once I know where I'm embarking and what I need. So, is the audio a little high? Okay. But yeah, everybody's mostly good to go. Reading. Yeah, as many negative quirks as I can, as I always do. Ooh. Yeah, really want to get rid of 3 negative quirks a week. Something to work towards. Yeah. I don't think there'd be think there's any way for me to. Right, turning something like crest into. Into bus, right? Same 3 to 1 every single increment. But yeah, there'd be no way. Right. Well, yeah, I'm getting distracted again. So I have 7 invitations. I could just do boss runs. Geez. But yeah, how bad? Oh gosh. Bloodlust. As I recall, I think that they would warn me if they were going to die from not getting the blood. Mine... Huh. That's trinket inventory. That's not stored items. Like total blood in the uh, at the provisions page. Okay. Well, the thing from the stars. I don't think I've faced that. Have I? Is that an achievement? Be a good way to just know things that you have or haven't done. Uh. Hmm. Unless it's hidden. Thing. No. There's a bunch of stuff I haven't done. There's a lot of achievements. Yeah. 40 out of 120. 1/3. Alright. I don't know if I want to send... Yeah, these, Yeah, these... Anybody lower than veteran level. I don't have it modded to just allow me to send hyper-powerful people back. Yeah, there are little tweaks I know on the workshop. Yeah, I don't think they could handle that. Right. Well, strong enough for this? I think it'd be it's like 0, 1, 2 for all the greens. 3, 4 for anything kind of orange. Like these. And then, yeah, 5, 6 for red. Professionals. Strongest. Ah, man, oh man. Did I have to... I think I tried this a few times and I got screwed. Right? Lasting long enough to take out the Miller? Yeah, I forget, like, all the bosses. Some of these... Ugh. Alright, well, anyhow. Yeah... You see, I think I normally sort by character classes. Yeah, it's already there. So a few Crimson Court trinkets. So I guess oh, right, no, that's from beating the, yeah, the easiest level bosses, right? So, but yeah, Plague Doctor, Stun and Blight, Accuracy. Do love that. Do have... I think I like having around... I think I have one of every class at least. Always my preference. Have all these options. Ooh, right. Yeah. Okay. Sort by their stress, but then just... people who are diseased. Yeah, I have the gold, and in my usual playstyle, just like with city builders and everything else, don't like sacrificing people needlessly and treating people as disposable, expendable, all of that. So, So yeah, that's negative quirks. Right, that's cost effectiveness. Sure, I might as well save a little bit of gold. Plenty of those. Well, that's just extra diseases, but... yeah, I guess I have so much of those, I don't mind. Okay. Well, that's every disease accounted for. So yeah, going by... I guess that's the one thing I hadn't done. So all of my classes. Yeah, are the Plague Doctors? Yeah, are at the bottom. Oh, Plague Doctor. Just the one. Right. Uh-huh. Okay. So I'd had them kind of built up as a spot 3 plague doctor. Hmm. I mean that range for the plague grenade is still nice. Stun and blight. Um. Hmm. Bloodlust. So, guess if I want to just grab this, do I? Maybe I should. No, right? It's the trinkets are tempting, but okay. I like being prepared. Yeah. So all of these are available. Yeah. Crusader damage, huh? Right. Well, anything I don't have, I'm a fan. Um. Uh. Cultist debuffs. All right. Um. Hmm. So I don't actually know the time limit on Blood Moon difficulty, but it'd be kind of interesting if I was able to beat that limit. I do have a feeling my uh, carefulness would uh, would mean my playstyle is slow enough that yeah, I probably build up such a large roster instead of trying to rush to beat some deadlines here. Thought of I think it was 80 something weeks though, so and just avoiding a certain number of deaths. And I think I've been, yeah, I don't really know the exact allowed death count. Oh well. Okay. Hmm. So how many occults do I have? I think 2 because I enjoyed those mark target teams. So yeah, perhaps. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I could try a mark target team here. Hmm. I think both have them both with those preferred skills. Uh, do I already have some of the... yes, I do. All right. Yeah. So... okay. Right. So thinking about it, this is the Warrens. Hmm. So... The Eldritch? Gosh, maybe I should get the... the mods that just display the stuff. Hmm. I talked myself out of the one that automatically shows all the curio interactions because I think the base game still has it so that it shows you after you've tried something for the rest of that game. Hmm. Well. All right. Yeah, so Eldritch damage, right? This works. Beast and Eldritch? Hmm. Hmm. Do-do-do-do. Mhm. Mhm. Okay. Right. Um. Hmm. So they've got. Let them do guard. Am I greedy for the what is it? Artificer? No, antiquarian. Gosh. Hmm. Right. Speed 11. Guess that could work. Okay. Hmm. Ugh. All right. Yeah. Any bleed resist would be a good choice. Going to the Warrens, right? Yeah. Okay. Hmm. Oh wait, with this, I think this would be his level up. He wouldn't be able to face any of the tier 1 bosses. Hmm. Ah. Okay. Let's do this. Uh, yeah. Okay. So, just a frontliner. Hmm. Fascinated with corpses. Maybe not the best idea, the Warrens. Hmm. Do I just do that, huh? Um. Hmm. Hmm. I guess? Guess I'll try that. Okay. So yeah, hopefully she does a turn 1 lunge. Phew. Turn 1 lunge, everybody gets into their proper 4 and 3 spaces. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Alrighty. Protection. Hmm. Protection and crit. Yeah. So, only good things? Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Minus speed in the bad light. Okay. Hmm. Oh yeah, I had some builds going with minus food consumed trinkets. I'm maybe I'm remembering other save files. Hmm. No food cost. You don't take any damage when starving, but you wouldn't because yeah. I remember having this conversation as well. So uh plus dodge. You don't stress out from being hungry, but you don't de-stress from camping. Sure. Dodge and speed. Okay. So, probably buff his damage. Um, yeah, maybe slow him down for the marking. Have you dealing? Okay. Really dodgy little guys. Okay. Yeah, dodge and speed. Not just extra scouting chance. And you slow down even more. Right. I guess I should take minus stress on him. Or, more protection, move resist. I guess the hope is the stress reduction from... Oh wait, no, I'm not using Pry Havoc. If I have a healer, I guess shouldn't be too obsessed with stacking protection there. I'm sure. Do feel a little bad about not utilizing the Cove Tactician. Maybe I go all in on wins. I guess it's okay. Alright. So, utilizing that. Just more scouting. So yeah, kind of keeping away from some of the extra stress items. But everything looks good. Okay. Right. So it's long. Camping. Yeah. Or a medium. Yeah, camping, but I have to spend these at those curios. Okay. And yeah, I have 10. Alrighty. So... what was my rule of thumb? Something like that. So it was like one feast meal. Oh, but they're not gonna get de-stressed from that, right? That has to mean minus 100% de-stressing. Because... Unless... Well, no, unless it's like... If you got stressed because you refused to feed them anything at the camp. Huh. I don't know, I don't think I've fully tested all that. But, yeah, for a medium, it's 1, 2, 3 in the hallways. Guess that's okay. Don't want it to go too dark. Right. Oh, right, in this one you have the torch for some of the scrolls, and I think that removes a negative quirk? Hmm. Jeez. Filling up here. I forget. I don't think there were a lot of anti-venom uses. This one. But yeah, a lot of, what? The blades can use it. Hmm. I don't know. With enough scouting chance, I guess? Hmm. Uh. Sure. Oh, right. Wasn't it? Less food because there's so many corpses and things that you can detoxify. Hmm. It's fine. Probably. Uh, well? I suppose that's good. As I take one more torch. The odds that no. Okay. Let's do this. Mhm. No, disease and blight. Yeah, the worms are around there. Um, hmm. I mean, the damage type is there, but it still feels like I'm mostly getting bled. Or am I forgetting some of the enemies? Gosh.
The swine draw power from their horrid markings and crude idols. Tear them down.
Ooh, immediate scouting. Lovely. Hmm. So, I don't want to hit curios to get rid of the pickaxes. Yeah. Oh, right. You have the best... Okay, she has the best trap resistance. Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, I tried this, you don't burn it. This is just a straight up fight. Ugh. I don't really want to deal with some Crimson Court guys right off the bat. Hmm. Ah, jeez. Um... Is this gonna be my hubris? Oh, hey. Alright. Yeah, immediately. Purification. Lovely. So yeah, I might come back for that. I think it would tell me if it was a quest objective, right? Yeah. So a good roll. Mm-hmm. Ugh. Okay. So the battles... I think it would tell me if the room battle also had a quest objective, right? So... Hmm. Yeah, I'll just go down the hallway, grab the curio, and back out, I guess? Or I should be able to get the trap.
Such blockages are unsurprising.
Two might have been a little low, but I don't... We'll see. 2 shovels might be able to handle all this. Okay. So... Yeah, I probably want to clear out some inventory. Decimated! Right. So... Just a slight de-stressing. a sack again?
For a task well performed.
How many of the curios are just Crimson Court eggs? Oof. Nice. Getting your de-stress in. Okay. No scout this time. It's 45%. I can't rely on that. Alright. First fight in a long while. Boy, am I glad I put stress resistance on him. Oh boy. Okay. Just get rid of them. Ugh. Lovely. All right. Extra. Ugh. 34 dodge, not reliable. It's fine. They're right. They're dealing with. I can't mouse over that, but yeah, they're probably dealing like us. If we were facing an enemy with 30-something dodge, we would be dealing with coin flips. So I mean, it still happens. Can't get too pissed about it. So minus dodge. All right. Oh, I don't even have riposte on you. Right? Yeah. Whoops. Right. That's why. Oh, well, it's still good. Yeah, I completely forgot to recheck those. Oh, well. Minus dodge and minus speed, huh?
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Crumble! That's the way the cookie crumbles. Okay, speed 5. Probably gonna beat several of us. Back 2, huh? Oh, right, no, that doesn't affect him. I think... Yeah, I think they changed this. Did that? It used to be a stun to the front or something, or you chose an enemy out of the front too or something. But, yeah, probably too strong. Good old Darkest Dungeon. Developers trying to balance around stun to get that slowly increasing resistance after they come back. Okay. Yeah, just go for the face. Just get it over with. Ah! Finally! Alright. Try not to bleed her out. Good.
Press disadvantage.
Whew.
Give them no quarter.
Good on the... Yeah, that was high on the damage range. Alright. We have no change. There are no quarters. Come on, Alright, keep going around the edge, I suppose. Okay.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
Yeesh. Oh, boy. Yay, surprise chance. Oh, my lunger's in the in the front. That can happen. Yep. Okay. Thank you for attacking the tankiest guy, but oh god. Wow. Okay then. Yeah. Uh, hmm. Let's try to slow him down. Can reorganize. Ugh. Thank goodness. All right. So, could go back, but this guy'd be nearly useless. Mm-hmm. Ugh. Okay. Well, if he hits, that guy's fucking dead.
Continue
I
the onslaught.
probably, well,
Destroy them all.
probably, yeah, I should have left that for her to attack. Hmm. Yep. So, try to protect you from all the stress? That is, not reliable, but... Okay. Ooh!
As
Got
the
all that
fiend
eldritch
falls,
damage!
a faint hope blossoms.
Alright. Hmm. Plus damage while guarded. So, yourself? Hmm. Yeah, a little passive protection there. Ooh. Yep. Stun healer. A common occurrence in a particularly sound enemy. Right. Hmm. So... Yeah, 85% damage, 5% crit, 11% dodge. Whew. For one big armor-piercing hit. Hmm. 11 to 22 versus... Hmm. I suppose I might as well try to end this. Oh my
Eradicated.
gosh. Whew.
Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
Alright, so a little extra food to heal up, if I so desired. Yep. So, taking it easy. I'm recalling now some of my old playstyle where I think I would go around the dungeon, scout it out, and then once I handled the threats, I darken everything as to pitch black and hit the curios. So that would be slightly more profitable, I think, but it's probably for the best for my overall playtime. Okay. What was this? Yeah, I think, didn't this have a horrific combo with a holy water? Just like, well, if it tells me what I have and haven't tried. You've got the most stress resistance. Can you, stretched in tanned human flesh, can I purify it? Ugh. Well, minus dodge, still camp. Okay, well, I'm glad I don't rely on that. But, hooray. So yeah, don't use holy water. So yeah, that is, I was recalling it had a horrific combo. But I feel like if I had tested it on this save file, it would have told me. So yeah, it must have been one of the one of the playthroughs before that. All right, stressor in the back. All right, and if this doesn't kill, he's gonna... I have numerous ways of attacking the Eldritch in the back. Or no, that's Beast. Right. I should do this. Because everybody's... Because these two should be able to attack the back now. Lovely. High roller! And yeah, he's getting blighted. Eee. Okay, well luckily you went after. That's some unlucky speed rolls. That was some RNG in my favor. That the marked target guy went after all of their attacks. Hmm. Yeah, 5 to 8. Not great. So I'll likely guard with him. Yeah, they're not particularly dodgy. It would just be good damage to mark it. Huh. Well, yeah, she could do that. I mean, this is the whole purpose behind this team. The amazing occultist. Ugh. Right. Oh, right. I didn't bring any anti-venom. Right. Ugh. Bad luck on the speed there. Okay. Probably try to help you out. Since he already went. Ugh. Yeah. He's got the guard and self-heal ready. But, ugh. Yeah, good against, slightly good against beasts. So, let's try a blow. Well, no. Yeah, these two guys can reach. I should just get rid of you.
Formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Okay. Yeah, nothing particularly impressive here. Yeah. Alright. One less enemy. One less attack incoming. Uh-huh. Gotcha, bitch. Alright. Just... Woohoo!
These nightmarish creatures can be felled.
They can be beaten. Alright. Quest complete. We can leave at any time. Alright. Plenty of space for treasures. So yeah, a lot of these were extra fights. Guess I'll... Try to do all the hallway fights, I guess? I guess while I'm still in this area. Oh gosh. Right, they're still here. Oh right, and they're bloodsuckers. Not, yeah, there was a time where I think they were... I probably talked about those years ago. Where they were just human, beast, or eldritch or something, but yeah, I suppose threw off the balance to have more of those same enemy types. So yeah, you want to get rid of the dodge there. Thank you. Alright. They're all equal targets. Roll high? Unfortunate. Ugh. Wow. Anytime you want to dodge. Think, huh? Void Crimson Curse. Yikes. Well then. Yeah, just so nobody rolls high, huh? Hmm. Probably protection? Jeez. I don't think that I'm gonna be able to take him out this turn. They should be slower than my guys on average. Hmm. Uh, hmm. I don't wanna... Playing it safe again. Alright, get through that protection. Okay, hey, don't roll minimum.
Annihilated.
Right, crit made that... Yeah. Could have hit the full health guy and it would have been fine. Nice dodge. Little... Ugh. That's okay. Ooh, unfortunate. Can just happen. So as soon as I guarded, just went for the other person. Oh, wow.
As victories mount, so too will resistance.
It's the extra... Yeah, that's a... Maybe that's a high roll on the loot table, but to do that in maximum light feels pretty cool. Mm-hmm. There you are. Oh, hey, well. Yep. Protect your hands! A well. Lovely. So many means to... do a feast at camp time. Oh, I forgot to reset my party! Yikes. Alright, so... They went in the proper order this time. Let's see if I can save some damage. Yeah, let's do a knife throw and maybe he'll go fast enough.
Precision
Okay.
and power.
Or you could just crit. Alright. Well. So this is the damage mod to me. Yeah. Right, it would tell me debuff. At the bottom? Debuff target that. Huh, but this one doesn't have a debuff target one. Yeah. UI consistency, it's a big job. Okay. Well, unfortunately, I can't really do much more protection. Unless you crit. Oh my god! You can't really rely on that, but... Good going. What is that all from? Oh, that's just from the skill. Yeah, I'm another 10% on top of your 12. Plus the quirk? Oh, crit on the first round! Hi, geez, I haven't been paying attention to some of those. Alright. Well, so I'm most likely not going to kill. It's a 9%, 1 in 10. But no, actually, statistically, I should guard the marked guy. Yeah. Alright. So... remove the speed. Nice. You can get away with this on the lowest difficulty ones, but I think it might be on the other save, the other save file I deleted before restarting for this one, where I had more debuff trinkets for the man-at-arms. Such a strong turn ender. All right, well, crits back to normal levels. Alright. Well, that... just smack him in the face. Nice. Speed down gives you your your other turn. Whew.
A trifling victory,
2 more food.
but a victory nonetheless.
Very safe. Okay, so epic scouting. And yeah, I think... I think I can just grab the fight out here. Well... maybe I should use the dog treats next fight. Then I can come back for this treasure chest without running out of space. Oh, whoops! Right, you hit up. Oh my god, I keep forgetting! Change back my party. Ah, damn it. Alright. Wells, you somehow managed to roll so high on speed. Luckily, you still got some lingering buffs from the previous fight. Yeah, I don't see this going well. I mean, we're gonna make it, it's just, I keep forgetting. Ah! Getting to reset. Wouldn't have affected the turn order, but our first strikes would have been more effective. Could you roll high? No. Yeah, this is the exact team that needs speed and dodge reduction. Well, yeah, that's why you can't reduce their dodge if you don't hit the debuff to reduce their dodge. So yeah, both of the swine wretches made it. Okay. So, do you think you could beat him? Or do I just take the hit? It's very unlikely I'm gonna outspeed him with both of you. Going high. Ah, no. Come on, dodge.
Exposed to a killing blow.
Projectile vomited so hard. Strongest muscle acid reflux. Okay. Spat it out like a bullet. Okay, no bleed, right? Like a slight chance. Alright, we could take a turn to regen. Alright. That would just end it. I mean, they were doing pretty well. Try not to delay it too much.
Ghoulish horrors, brought low and driven into the mud.
Okay, so loot. Well, once again, I leave the dog treats. Hmm. Um. hmm. Okay, reset positions. Oh, well. Okay, just go back this way. So yeah, that's a Crimson Court egg. That I don't know. Hmm. I suppose I could just camp right there. And then... Well, there's several battles to go. Hmm. Yep, you don't get any extra treasure until you do that way in the dark. Again? Jeez. Crimson Court takes up so many curio spots. I wonder... Yeah, if this is... It's gotta be some mix of, like, substituting. Like, right, if you didn't have the Crimson Court, if the dungeon had X number of curios, and then once you have Crimson Court, if it replaces some of those curios with these, or if it's in addition to. But, yeah, probably a lot of players who don't have endless stores of blood trying to figure the Crimson Court out don't want to risk somebody getting infected. Hmm. It's more loot. But yeah, everything in the top half is provisions. So hmm. Uh okay. Think I can handle not dealing with that. Hmm. So I think I can go. Oh wait, I'm an idiot. That was a treasure chest. Whoops. And that's an extra hallway fight. Oh.
Twisted faces of the damned, piled
Okay, well,
high
I
and
guess,
cloaked in
yeah,
malice.
I did that to myself sometimes. So stress and monster crits. Hmm. Is this is this bad enough? A lot of this depends on the early turns. Like that makes it. That's a good. That's good for your morale. Mark target, or you want to crit on that first turn. Ah. Okay, pylon. Or mark it now. Hmm. It's on the verge of death. Okay. Yeah, speed and dodge. All right. You're seeing crit, huh? Whew. Okay. Hmm. If I can rush it before anything else, before the Vestal heals.
Form beyond one's limits.
Yeah, without marking. Ugh. Roll minimum. Well, that's where the dog biscuits would have been nice. Uh-huh. Okay. Hmm. Probably finish that. Good. Not low enough for you to resummon, right? Yeah. It's a flasher. Okay. Luckily, the tankiest fucker on the team. All right. Well, we're gonna do this without having marked him, I think. You're gonna... God damn it. By one, really? All right. I don't have any. I don't have any other multi-hit. Yeah, she doesn't have the flashing daggers for the middle two spots, but just to get these are Eldritch, so this is where he goes all stabby. Yeah, probably good to camp after this. I don't want the slight chance of her rolling high on speed. So
Predator is often blind
get
to
out of
its
there.
own
Oh, okay. Auto ends the fight. Yeah.
success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
Start using up. My other supplies. Well, if I've gotten this far through the dungeon, I don't think I need the shovel for anything else. Oh, I think I can get rid of that. Yeah. And I'll just go back that way. Well,
The light, the promise of safety.
you know, do that, and then is that gonna screw over my treasure chest loot chances? But right, so I can go here. Yeah, and see about getting another scout.
Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles. Paid for in blood.
Bubbles. Okay. Did they? I think they changed it. Yeah. I think I used to have the loot table up, and it would let me camp, and you quickly use up all this inventory space. Well, shoot. I guess this is where I dropped the shovel. So, I mean, that's only 500. Do I really think I'm gonna use... use more of the medicinal herbs? I think that's okay. Yeah, would just be for more food. So if I kept the shovel, I could just break through to there. I guess I don't need to care about loot so much because, yeah, if I'm that desperate, I could go for the Crimson Court curios, but I kind of don't want to do that. So never mind. I mean, as the words are coming out of my mouth, just kind of realizing, ugh. All right. Yeah. So, no shovels. Back this way. No extra light, so the only light will be from the campfire. Thank goodness. It's like expecting another egg at this point. I have such bad luck with the books. Yep. Ew. Okay. Yeah. Be expected. All right. So yeah, stress guys. We're doing pretty okay, honestly. Let's see if I can... Well, no. Zero dodge, yeah, you need to be marked.
The ground quakes.
Nice. Alright. See if you can get rid of him. So close. That's good enough. You roll high on speed. 23 dodge. It's not reliable. Okay, so if there were time to use my healing skills, ugh, the next round would be the one to do it. Mm-hmm. Well, nobody's marked. Just, yeah, take out another enemy. Unless... Oh, well, remove speed is strong contender again. Yep. Good to lead the fight. Afterwards, he just bashes them in with the mace. Right. Yeah, 14. Well, I mean, we're gonna camp after this, right? Targets. Well, you're missing 12 health. She's missing 10. Ugh. No, we're gonna have a feast with all this food around. Okay, okay. Oh, yeah. Do I risk it? Yeah.
Well struck.
So, yeah, we're gonna be faster than them, probably. There you go. Okay. Oh, God. Well, that's why I put 2 attacks on it. Yep, I was like, bleed out the stronger one, like, there's the slightest chance. Oh, boy. Oh. Oh, goody. Thank you. Should I?
Devastating blow.
Just get out. The unquenchable fire of the stars.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Yep, every time you celebrate. Okay, hey, so in this case, I can camp. Well. So I'm not quite sure why sometimes it lets me do that. So, yeah. Health and stress. Looks like you still want to save it. So I beat the collector this map already. He shows up fairly often with how much I fill up my inventory. I don't suppose this team would be... yeah, marked target team is good for shamblers. So if I see it around, I'm gonna be grateful to still have the firewood. So, nope. Those are books. Go here, check this. Apparently, yeah, I got a distant scout. So that could be something interesting. Get rid of the bandages at this point? Well, there's 2 fights here, and then I have no idea what's down that way. I think I could camp. There you go.
Gathered close in tenuous firelight, an uneasy companionship.
Oh, right, and feasting costs 4 because half of the team doesn't eat like normal. All right. Alrighty then. Well. Man, even with the minus 25%. So, scouting, of course. De-stress himself. Well, that wouldn't be very useful. A random supply, huh? Nah. So yeah, might stress reduce on Man-at-Arms. hood, stress, or what? It is stress armor essentially. De-stress Houndmaster. Guarantee no ambush. Um. Hmm. Hmm. Protection and damage, huh? Or, well, that's pretty good. Yeah. Alright. And I think this is good. Damage buff. This were a boss run, maybe. Think of the treasure, sweethearts, all gleam and gold. Alright. Here's where my overconfidence gets a nighttime ambush.
The match
Okay.
is struck. A blazing star is born.
Okay. So I suppose actually with all this light, I should head towards the fight. Fight in the light. Ignore the books. Thankfully, no behavior quirks forcing action on those. Dang. Alright, unscouted hallway. Yep. 6, huh? Okay. I needed to use that up anyways. Alright, this layout again? Gotcha. Right, let's see. We can get rid of, oh god, minimum. Yeesh. That's just extra stress? Yeah, that's pretty bad. Okay. But yeah, at least it's not more diseases on the guy who's not able to resist diseases. So that should hopefully take him out. Thank you. Yeah, most of the damage is stress-based. Well, probably just want to get rid of that. Next turn. Ugh, okay. Roll high when I don't need it. Okay. Oh no. The inadequacy. Just randomly hitting now when we were doing fairly well. A lost turn, huh? Ah, jeez. Well, the odds of me using this on another curio. Okay. Ugh. Yikes. So... Strong enough? I might be able to just end him before he gets another turn. That was quite enough. Uh-oh. Ugh. Nope. They rolled high. Wow. Alright, that calls for protection and self-healing. Ow. Of course you go first. And now you crit before I heal, of course. Probably should have foreseen that. Alright. Well, at least I have food.
This expedition at least promises success.
Okay. Sacrificial stone. Well, I have nothing left to test, and I'm pretty sure you're running some pretty bad RNG if you don't have the Hellion here. Yeah, for the barbaric rituals. Nice. Alright. Full on scout there. Yeah, I should just grab that last fight. I don't want to peek. Oh, well, no. Would have been good for the medicinal herbs. I can still go there. Uh, yeah, any of the undiscovered rooms, if I go there, there's a chance of getting another scout, which of course gets me my secret room. Okay, well, we'll be coming back. All right. Yeah, stay strong. All right, no more stress, please. Round 1 crits.
Powerful blow.
Whew. High initiative. All right, do I hold out? After a very successful first turn, I think I can afford to spend a little time on this. Yeah. Ow. And she's gonna crit again. Okay. Yeah, little bit of passive. Passive dodge. Can help. Alright, just a bit. Well, yeah. Can't really delay all that much here.
Be wary. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
Alright. So, yeah, anything I left behind here, I think these were all crimson eggs. That was some books. Maybe another crimson egg, if I passed it. Oh yeah, now that you're sub 25 light, getting the squealing pigs in the dark. Nice. You're hungry enough again? Good. Okay, that's most everything.
Terrors may indeed stalk these shadows, but yonder, a glint of gold.
Okay, only one chance left. At a super scout. Don't freak out too badly, guys. Loud as fuck, pigs. Uh-oh. Okay, now let's see if we can deal with that. Ah, the grubs in the dark. But they're as scared, more scared of us than we are of them. All right.
Back to the pit.
All right. Should be a relatively simple fight.
No one falls.
High damage for their low health.
Another abomination cleansed from our land.
Yeah. Worth barely anything, but in the dark, multiplied. Okay, more traps appearing. Luckily, it's in a scouted hallway. Ah, okay. Well, we can still try. Shh. What? I don't think the pigs are gonna respect you. Your calls. For silence. Alright. Well, all 3 of them have 50% bleed chance. resistance. Self-heal, I suppose you could do it? Yeah. Oh, nice. There you go. Oh, God! Right, move too far ahead. Yeah, blocked by the foreground. All right. And nope. Okay. 60%, huh? Nice. More books. Well, dang. Suppose I should call it there, huh? If I didn't want to go for... Do I really think I can handle the... Ugh. Crimson Court enemies. Nah. Let's get out of here.
Robbed of their ridings, the swine will grow ever more ignorant. If such a thing were possible.
Yeah. Okay. Now going to the brothel. More inadequacy. You guys can be inadequate together. Minus 10% stress. Okay.
The twisting tunnels no longer exhale the toxic stench of degeneracy.
As an internet goer, I am full versed on manners of degeneracy. I mean, really, I think the ancestor said himself that he indulged in a lot of that too, so we're all the same down here. Yeah, fresh air in the tunnels. West side residents have expressed relief at the abatement of the nauseating odor emanating from the ancient aqueducts. More resolve XP in Warrens on the next quest. 15% damage in Warrens on the next quest. Okay. If there's a boss fight there, but I don't think I'm able to... I don't think it's... Yeah. I don't think that'll do it. Oh, gosh. More resolve XP and then... a long battle? Yeah. So if the infestation's high, it's them calling for me to defeat a boss, right? So probably should take some actions there, but a rat carcass, very rare. Immune to death by the Crimson Curse. You just it's like a water bottle, but for blood. Just suck a little bit of blood out of the rat carcass every now and then. What? What the heck? So the guy I had treated for syphilis came out with Crimson Curse. That's pretty gnarly. Is it spreading? I could have sworn I didn't have that many Crimson Curse people before. Now the blood I shall perish. Okay. So... Oh boy, probably need to go for boss kill here. Oh wow. Okay. Got trinkets, sort by character class, and yeah. Oh man. Get rid of those diseases. Wow, I can't believe a guy got treated. Oh, is that what was... God damn it, I wasn't paying attention. There's a contagion level. Or people treated there. then yeah, it must have been, you know, not at none. So, ugh. Would have been a way to get rid of, or to make sure that nothing bad, that the Crimson Curse doesn't keep spreading. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Jeez. So. Um. Yeah. Do I get? I guess get rid of some of these behaviors. Hmm. Hmm. A bunch of these getting locked in. Uh. Okay. Hmm. How slow they are. Usually, means you're susceptible to getting stunned over and over, if without even with the slight amount of resistance after each stun. But by that point in the fight, it's already devastating. Hmm. Yeah, probably good to get rid of that. Hmm. So there's this and yeah, that. Hmm. Accuracy and crit versus Eldritch, huh? Uh, I don't know if any of these are worth really locking in. Hmm. For a marked target team against something like the Shambler, I mean, that crit is nice. Hmm. How many other Hound Masters? Is it just the one? I think they're moved to the top, yeah, because they're in the current party. Hmm. So yeah, I've got two. So okay. So contagion levels. Um. Gosh. Braving. So I think I've got a couple of people wasting away. Hmm. Crystal stuff. Uh. Hmm. Um. Right. I guess a reason for me holding on to so many crests. I kind of forgot about checking the blueprints. Hmm. Yeah, that would be nice if I can't quickly solve the Crimson Curse problem. Hmm. Uh. Hmm. Could do. I could get that Jester one. That'd be cool. Hmm. Yeah, contagion levels. I've not been... Huh. It's like it goes up until something happens. Alright. Well, the guild and the blacksmith. Been doing a lot of that. A lot of... Not a lot of those resources to spare. Maximum lowered cost. Okay. Skill upgrades. Probably the right choice here. Hmm. I don't think... Allows upgrades to rank 3. So yeah, they just... Struct requires... Oh, wait. Wait a second. No, it does say, yeah. Instructor Mastery... Requires solo level 3, which, yeah, they're at. Huh. Yeah, Instructor Mastery level 3. Is that displaying correctly? Huh.
Every creature has a weakness.
Never mind. Rank 4.
The wise hero trains for what she will face.
I guess it's weird because it starts out... Yeah, it's like this is rank 1. 2, 3, 4. Okay. Oh, prerequisite, all the things from before... I don't know, I was reading it weirdly. Yeah, this is Instructor Mastery level 3. They're all labeled as Instructor Mastery. And that doesn't count as the base level, because they're all available. Well, you could buy them. But, yeah, so that's good. More accuracy, more damage effects, or whatnot. Okay. It's all most of my portraits. Start upgrading there. And... I could probably trade for a few deeds and up their strength even more. Well, no, I have no crests. Okay, so never mind. All right. So yeah, do I go crazy? Right. Bring madness into the sanitarium. Bring madness out. Benoit now has the Crimson Curse. Thirstein down from the Bloodlust. So yeah, I think... Oh, right, because I had that selected. It's just that... Well... So immune to death by the Crimson Curse. So I have to leave it... I guess it'd be good for me to leave it on somebody who's wasting away in town. Still wanting it, craving it, and then... Yeah, so Fugere... is the one at risk. So I could try... Oh. Probably want this if I'm playing the long game. Hmm. The long game of maintaining a population of heroes with Crimson Curse. Man. Hmm. So yeah, it's either this or to protect somebody in town who's wasting, but also, yeah, like on longer runs, I've recalled almost running out of the blood. Hmm. Um. Okay. Should I go for it? Long battle there. 100% of room battles. A lengthy map with the blood just kind of seems like a nasty idea. Hmm. This is pretty cool, actually. Hmm. I think I might want that. So, how many abominations do I have? I think I have just the one? Hmm. Yeah, it's not sorted by level. It's just the abomination. Hmm. So... So yeah, have stun and blight. But that's... Okay. This one, melee transforming abomination. But with the stun and blight chance, you're basically wanting to do the ranged abomination, stunning manacles, and the yeast bile. Uh, Here's a little trick I learned from the Warrens, those little vomity pigs. I guess it offers both playstyles for this guy. Hmm. Well... Gosh. So yeah, if I don't recall if I pinned down this mechanic last time of tackling a mission in the courtyard and that reduces infestation, or if it has to be one of the bosses. Hmm. Finding the blood. Seek crates. Uh. Uh. Buff resist speed. You get stunned. Hmm. Um. So yeah, short versus epic, but no camping. Gosh, it really seems intimidating. Hmm. Okay. Jeez. If I take enough... Hmm. Enough users of the Crimson Curse into there. Ugh. So they won't... They can't get any more infected, it's just... You'd be dealing with a lot of The drain. Hmm. As opposed to just doing this. So, protection and health. Lose damage and you take more stress. I think I've played around with that with my men-at-arms. Hmm. Can I just go for it? Hmm. Yeah. I'm interested in maybe. Gosh. When I send people in when they're not at the, they're in tier 2, but they're not. Nobody's at tier 4, level 4. Hmm. It's just minus stress in the ruins. Hmm. Um. Sure. Now, all the things to attack row spot number 4 if I'm gonna be doing this. Hmm. Yeah. Okay. So light. Maybe I should do something about unlocking Noxious Blast instead of Incision. Hmm. Uh, yeah, I guess with Reynald. Hmm. Reynald. Go anywhere, huh? Sure, let's try that. And Dismiss together with him. Hmm. No. Huh. And is this really just a one-time use per battle? Trying to get rid of stealth. Jeez. Uh, Maybe the ruins scouting. Nah, probably for the best. And just Judgment the Necromancer over and over. Hmm. Guess. Ruins Explorer, you say? Uh. Hmm. Hmm. Plus damage versus blighted. Okay. A little less healing, but I think I got a combo going. Yeah, with the Plague Doctor and the Grave Robber there. Um. Not sure if I should probably have more healing. So we little bits of healing on 3 party members. All right. And yeah, I might do poison darts. Right. But yeah, I don't actually want to lunge. Lunge the necromancer. Or the skeletons, the bodies get in the way, right? Uh, I think I did this to do a meme where I bled the skeletons. Uh, all right. Maybe that instead. And then, yeah, turn off the incision and go for... Oh, well? You're all corpses. I don't have enough stun chance. Yeah. To try to cheese the necromancer or something. So, probably not that. Still good. Well, the necromancer is capable of being bled, though, right? Yeah, I think that's my preferred usual build. Because, yeah, otherwise she just can't touch the 3rd spot, which is always a little weird. Alright, so something like this should be good. Stunning the skeletons is nice, and I might regret... Ugh. I might regret one of these being missing, but... Yeah, it's like the skeletons are gonna have a lot of protection. I kind of want some multi-hit to take out some of the minions while still hitting the necromancer, if the occasion allows. I might stun some of the larger, scarier ones. But... Grieving. Is there any other... option you want to leave? Leave them behind there, but... Okay. So... That's the activity. This is just more crest, right? Yeah. Plenty of those left over. Alright, so, yeah, de-stressed, as good as their works will allow. So... Alrighty then. Yeah. Going for... Yep, those. Everything except the Yop, breakthrough, front row bleed out. Kinda don't want to trade away the resources at a loss there. Oh yeah, the training gets spendy. So this, healing and Holy Lance. The off chance you got shuffled. I know that Necromancer does have those... all those stressing moves. Darn it. Oh, 3 to 4, and then it can now, it might heal 2 points. Okay, and then you... Yeah, pick flashing daggers, shadow fade, poison darts, huh? For the tiny bit of extra stat points, maybe not worth 1,000 right now. Everything else is because you get accuracy, and that's a huge deal. I guess I wanted the extra stress reduction there. Okay, so... Get that. 2 to 2, 2 to 3. Jeez. Alright. That's an entire upgrade for plus 1% damage. Huh. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't just be clicking through these without looking. Alright. This... Okay. Their arms and armor are still pretty good. Oh boy. Am I really doing this? Right, so... Trinkets. Alright. So yeah... Massive hits. So you get Blight Chance. Talks about the HP, that's 4 down. Yeesh. Okay. Minus stress if you have the Crimson Curse. Well, yeah. Suppose. Right, that's why I had the bleed out surgical gloves. It's kind of made for the Plague Doctor. Oh, right, if I just upgraded that, I need to reselect. Okay, I think those are acceptable. So yeah, hopefully that keeps stress manageable from the fight. Of course, the plus accuracy with all the ranged might be good. Skeletons aren't particularly dodgy. Alright, so more dodge. Brave robbers and scouting. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, more blight chance. Hmm. I feel like that's good enough. Okay. Then. Hmm. Not nearly as much scouting as I'd like, but all right. Um. Nobody's overly stressed out. Hmm. Anything for? Yeah, maybe just big damage. Big damage at the cost of, yeah, some speed and stress. Hmm. Uh, yeah, 25 dodge. Okay, you can hold your own there. Then you. More. Any more? Hmm. Well, I don't know. More scouting? Scouting or... Hmm. Certainly not worth the healing percentage. Even for that. Yeah, if I just have him go last... Well... Hmm. Or that, and... Will not be moved. 110 resistance there. Okay. Not all that exciting. Should I have it? Minus 25% stress. If he's de-stressing others, maybe that's good? I don't recall a lot of those skeletons. Well, no, if this is the veteran level, I think they would have added the alternate skeleton types, but I'm not sure the odds of the necromancer summoning those. Yeah, not a lot of specialty items here. Well, I guess just the one. Yeah, that one is good enough. It'll have to do. Okay. That's every trinket. Yeah, let's try this. So... So yeah, wasting heroes in town. Leave blood or they may die. So yeah, I'm not taking all of it. For the length of a normal dungeon, yeah, would 2 do it? Or this isn't a normal, the medium. Right? They'd have to go through all the stages. The Crimson Curse. Yeah, the 8 torches, plus the camping. It seemed to work out last time. Really keep it extra bright. Hmm. Yeah, kind of wasted some of those keys last time. Um. Hmm. Okay. Well, once again, yeah, I'll keep using all of those hunger reduction trinkets. So this is already maybe a lot. But well, the difference between the ruins and the warrens, I'm not gonna get as much free food. So yeah. I see. I think there were still more bandage options there. Not as many rusty knives to protect yourself against, but I remember the bandage being used on it's like a body, just a decaying body or skeleton on the floor. There are spiders around, I guess. Well, no, the plague doctor solve a lot of that. Medicinal herbs, maybe one for the Iron Maiden. Hmm. That should be pretty good. Hmm.
I entertained a delegation of experts from overseas, eager to plumb the depths of their knowledge and share with them certain techniques and alchemical processes I had found to yield wondrous and terrifying results. Having learned all I could from my visiting guests, I murdered them as they slept.
What a great host.
A devil walks these halls. Only the mad or the desperate go in search of him.
So yeah, a bunch of resistances down, weaker, and yeah, more likely to get a negative ugh, affliction at 100 stress, but a little faster. All right. So keep this nice. Really? Huh. Right away, huh? So yeah, critical scout. I could have sworn that it needed. I guess it's just a really small chance. Something about it being you have to scout once, and then you have to scout again with it overlapping in order to find it. But yeah, you could just also get the good one right away. Well, I just do that to avoid backtracking? Hmm. But yeah, it's certain. I don't need to do all of this. Hmm. But it's not a treasure room. Curious. Yeah, shovel for that. So I think if I'm not at pitch black darkness, then what? Do I only get like one or two of those dazzling dodecahedron or whatever's crystals? Hmm. Yeah. So I mean, I would be going all the way there. Hmm. I mean, if I trust my team to do this at their strongest. Hmm. Yeah, this is a case where it's really cool and I should be able to come back here in the dark. Things said before horrific failure. Nope. Okay, the books. Okay, we want maximum scouting chance, no negatives. Oh my god! Well, that's the veterans. Okay, right. That's just a normal enemy. Oh yeah, I think I'd faced a few of these. Jesus. Um. Huh. Could have sworn I'd faced them. Maybe it was on another save file. But yeah, no skills. So maybe this is the first time on this one. Yeesh. Okay. Oh my god. Dodge. I don't... Okay, well, thanks to the upgrades, it's not as bad as it could be, but, yeah, these guys are strong against the blight that I was kind of trying to utilize here. Hmm. Oh, wow. That's rough. I know the Chevalier, some nasty hits. Those spiked legs. Right? Oh my god. Minus bleed. Okay, well, at least the Hellion can do something about that. Hmm. Yep. Ugh. Right. Yeah, that's just pretty rough. I mean, thanks to this, 170% blight skill chance. So, yeah, for all of these, 170. So it's guaranteed on the guy in the back, and then just a 30% failure there. Thank you. Okay. Knife around, so dead after one action. Then... Ugh. Okay. I kind of don't want you to get any actions. Alright, thanks to the damage. Yeah. Nice. In case I rolled low, the blight would take you out. Yep, there it is. Yep. That can just happen. At the top. Oh my fucking god. At the highest light. Yeah, I need to do this or, you die. Boy. You're gonna need to enjoy a nice meal or something. 50% protection. Yeah, let's not let that happen again, huh? Holy shit. Subterranean skewer. Holy fucking god. Minus bleed resist, you know, just in case. Holy fucking hell. Can't really stop him? I guess that's why, oh god, Reynald's too slow. But the stun resist is kinda low there. Yeah, waste of the damage from some overkill. But don't want more. Oh, gosh. Is he good in the front? Or can he still target do that whenever? Hey, any hit that's not a fucking crit. Wow, after this fight, yeah, might have to swap to the battle heal, like I thought. Right, I should have swapped this in before the boss fight, because I know that's where the stress comes from. But, yeah, this, on the way there, we had very little healing. Also, I had no stun, so... Oh my god. ...11 blight, so, dead. Oh, holy shit. Just go for fish for crits, I guess. There's not really anything I can do. I could delay and hope that Reynald rolls high on speed, and I could do a little mini heal. Hmm. There we go.
A death by inches.
Holy fucking shit. Yeah, that was already revealed. Wow. Wow. Okay then. Uh. Hmm. Should I have both or? Yeah. Well, no, like mitigating damage on the way to the boss. And I didn't upgrade the skill, so I'm not gonna do super well trying to hit things as well as trying to get through their stun resistance. But, no. Hedging my bets on getting surprised. Jesus. Yeah, I've got extra food for just such an occasion. Alright. I probably want to do as few fights as possible, huh? I'll come back for all this. Okay, medicinal herbs. Wasting. So the next one would be dying, right? Hmm. Ugh. Think. I'm kind of. I want to double check. Darkest Dungeon, Crimson Curse, wasting. Okay. Yeah, is that the last stage? Blood flies. Uh. Past this point, if the hero does not receive one vial of the blood before their next blood check, they will die. Okay. Yeah. So, as I thought, I don't think I was like 95% sure, but okay. So, it's kind of like a food check. I don't, it's you don't want to just assume uh, that it'll be a long time before they get a blood check again. Times where you just enter the next hallway and they're immediately hungry. So, relief. So I know this requires, yeah, medicinal herbs. Hmm. Sure. Yeah, not the best, but I feel like taking up that inventory space. It's just doing that for the slight chance. Might as well empty it. Okay. Nothing there. Hmm. Try to avoid all fights. Oh. Okay, I've got enough torches. Oh, well there you have it. 2 food. Right. No scout, so actually unknown. Oh my god. Alright, stress and monster crits. How about no?
The light, the promise of safety.
Alright. Good to see you again, slavering ghoul. Yep. Oh, geez. I can get rid of... Uh... Damage and speed, huh? 40% protection. Kind of want to... it's like a mini... It is effectively a mini boss. But, yeah, it's not so bad that it's by itself like a... I don't know, the Collector is in a weird spot, depending on how he initiates. Um... Gosh. Sure, let's hope that pays off. Yeah, so it's for a battle. It's for the rest of the battle. Okay. Gosh. I don't want to get rid of the one. Well, luckily, Reynald should be able to go. So, yeah. You guys stack Blight. And you see about your damage range. Yep. So that plus... Okay. Don't roll minimum? Thank you.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
How bad's it gonna be? Alright. Group stress sucks.
The horror.
The horror. Yep. 11, or... No. 9 each. They got hit. Yeesh. Alright, well... Luckily, I do have stress... the stress heal on... Oh, no, never mind. Of course, when I remove one, it goes for the other. Yeah. You're the one I wanted to buff the most, although... Hellion would also be a good choice. And honestly, at this point, yeah, burst down. Wow. Cool.
Festering fear consumes the mind.
Oh, boy. Yeah, that's a lot, huh? Unholy. Let's get out of here. Yep.
A victory. Perhaps the turning point.
Like, he's just tanky enough. It's scary enough to be a mini boss, but it is still big enough target. Right, still ticking. Ticking down. Okay, those are torches for the way back. Right, so mostly blight resistant, but yeah, at 170%, it's guaranteed. Essentially. I guess I can do it again. This will be the fight where I can heal a little. And yeah, hopefully the stress won't be too bad. 130%. Ew. Okay. Nice.
Be gone, fiend.
Reynald. Could just do a double hit. Nope, too slow. Great. Okay. Well, you're only getting your speed calculations after this, so... I feel like I could get away with... a little bit. Okay. Yeah, you're dead, right? Nope. Great. Speed. The bitch. Accuracy high as possible.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
Yeah, everybody could use a good de-stress hit. Is there a fight in this next room? I don't know, of course, because I didn't scout. Speed 4, huh? You guys can manage that, just in case. Here we go.
Another abomination cleansed from our lands.
Rummage through the bug's pockets. Okay.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
Are we safe? Okay. Nice. Ooh, 2 distance. Okay. All the hallways noted. All right. At least the thief can always de-stress this way. All right. Well, that's mostly okay. Well, we're still gonna de-stress when we feast, camping right before the boss. Okay, use a key there. Yeah, so probably still stay on the battle heal. Again. Ugh. Alright, well. Yep, blight. Light them all. Shoot. Yeah, I can't do a buff here. It's too powerful to get 2/3 of them afflicted with that right away. Tear down the statue. That's probably the way to go. Well, actually, no, 5. That's only 3. That's not enough. Okay. But yeah, slight chance of instantly killing one. Alright, well, Reynald can take that out. Well, if I do this and hit, then yeah, it will die. Okay. Nice, right. Oh, well, I'm an idiot, of course, right, because they're surprised they're going last.
Confidence surges as the
There.
enemy crumbles.
The enemy literally crumbles. Because they're a bunch of stone gargoyles. Ouch. Okay. So 95 versus 91, 6 to 11. The fight shouldn't take that much longer, right? Get rid of that versus... I'm essentially saving him, yeah, 9 damage. Jesus. Plus the heal. But, yeah, what's he about to do? Okay. Stress comes back.
The abyss
Nice!
returns, even
Resist.
the boldest gaze.
What even resists this? Resist stress. I guess that counts as a damage over time debuff? Of some sort? Or is it just pure luck based? Right, because there's no stress resistance. Right, like, maybe it's a dodge as well, instead of... It's like it hits you, and then the resistance is if you dodged the stress. I don't know. It's just, it's not a normal thing you can resist. Okay, well, yeah, Blight and Bleed is fairly even. It's just got so much protection. Yeah. There you go, taking 8 damage at the next tick, so... I should be able to do this. 6 speed, I guess... Can't chance it. Okay. Come on. Come on, Danvers. Can you beat the speed? Okay, good. Something. Nice.
Their cursed champion falls.
That typo is still there. The cursed champion. Okay. But yeah, champion, it's a mini boss. We should keep moving. Blood text. Alright, so fight coming in there. Yeah. Want it as bright as possible, as easy as possible, leading up to the boss. Oh. Spiders! An army of spiders. With a shit ton of dodge. Okay. Yup. Good accuracy. Please die. Okay. They'll be dead in 2 turns. Multi-hit these fragile beings. Yes. Lovely. Alright. Reynald should handle the front 2. So you handle the back.
Another one falls.
Handle as in it's most of them are gonna die. At least that one. Yep. Of course you rolled high on the one that was lower health. And low on the one that had higher
The
health.
slow death.
Alright.
Foreseen.
That's about as good as it can go without that happening if they hadn't been surprised. Yeah. Nasty business. Okay, well. So now you're gonna die.
A brilliant
Yep.
confluence of skill and purpose.
Ooh, blood. Extract the crimson spider blood. Nice. Breaking even on this trip. So, I recall this being a buff. Right. It might be de-stress, but just in the off chance. Yeah. Gonna camp now. Get as much as we can.
Gathered close in tenuous firelight and uneasy companionship.
So, just for the stress... I mean, the stress is actually... Honestly, the stress is low enough that I just need to swap his... Right, I just need to swap the Inspiring Cry, and that should do it. So, a full meal to top some missing health, and then, yeah, just watch out for... Well, Reynald himself and Danvers, Plague Doctor. Beautiful. I wish I could swap that. Okay then, so... Oh, well, yeah. Wow. Ongoing benefit. 4 battles, so that'll definitely help during the boss fight. So yeah, you're gonna stay there. Oh. More crit, huh? Just to completely slam dunk the Necromancer. So yeah, minus stress for all of the Necromancer's moves. Probably a good idea. Don't think we have any diseases beyond. Oh, look, I can just cure the Crimson Curse here. Not that disease. Healing received. It's barely going to be worth it. Disease resist. Well, yeah, looks like it's gonna be this, and... Oh, wow, yeah, that's minus 15 to everybody, and... minus 15% newly applied stress. Wow. So, never mind. I mean, I'm still going to take the Inspiring Cry. But, yeah. All combat bonuses. And then the cure. Might as well get something. Oh, free shovel. Okay. Please don't get ambushed. Heart pumps strong. This place is horrific. Even so, I am at ease. We got the flame. And of course.
Closes in, haunting the hearts of men.
Great. Ugh. Well, this is why I kept the lance. And the shadow fade. Okay. Wow. Okay. Oh my god, it's literally the worst spots. Just about swapped. Front to the back, back to the front. Well. So back to... Oh man, she's just completely stuck there. Ugh, okay. Thank goodness. Uh-huh. Speed and damage versus... Just get you out of here.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
Waste of all that light damage. Yep, there's the stress that I couldn't swap my fucking skill for. These are some fortunate dodges. Oh my gosh. Take out the stress source, I suppose. I don't like that 80% hit, but... Risky maneuver. Okay. Right, so I was only +2. Oh god, she still needs to move forward. Okay. Uh-huh. Only forward 1. Wow. And hit the tanky guy. Yeah, that guy's dead. Okay. Well, more missing health, but... Nice. That's de-stress as well.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
Great. I think you have the shitty move now?
Well
Cool.
struck.
More de-stress, yes. Even without the inspiring cry. Alright, so I could get another heal. Shitty. Yeah. Okay. You know, if there was a fight right before the boss, this is where, yeah, you could spend your turns getting buffs right before walking in, but I wonder if I wonder if they programmed something specifically for that. It seems like it would be too easy. Okay, you heal yourself, I guess? Fight, yeah, this is probably the last turn. Okay. And 18. Lovely. Oh, right, because of the stealth. But yeah, that's basically all the healing I wanted.
Foolish horrors. Brought low and driven into the mud.
Okay. Jesus. Yeah. Well, move resist doesn't do anything when you just get surprised. Okay, so... What to do, what to do. Swap for de-stressing. And let's see if I remember this correctly. Divine benefit. Oh. Heal. Oh, wait. No, that's the camping bonuses, right? Is it? That's from you, oh, right. She used the, yeah, adrenaline rush twice. Because I wanted to heal at the end. So, yeah, nope, it's a heal. Fortunately, yeah, each one of these squares of movement acts as a round, so, yep, cleaned off those buffs. Okay, stress and battles, and yep, same damage buff and crit. That's as light as it's gonna get. And I think the boss will do that too.
Towering, fierce, terrible, nightmare-made material.
Fast. Yep. With all that stress. That's why I have the inspiring cry. Stealth bone veteran. Okay. Luckily I have multi-hit. Sheesh. Alright. Stacking blight. Yeah. 6 to 10, but... And the chance for a crit. 12%. Oh wait, no, yeah, the crit on this is even better for more rounds. But yeah, every single one of these is another 12 blight. Oh yes. Huh. Well, get the early blight, but I do want the damage boost. And if he's going to be hitting multiple targets, I'm going to need that damage modifier to get counteracted a little bit. So, bleed? But you lose, yeah, 35% of your damage. 12 to 24 with a 1 in 4 chance to crit, basically. And then, yeah, another 9 damage here. 8 to 16. So you lose 4 off the minimum and 8 off of the maximum. Jeez. Fishing for crits? Okay. Is that good enough? Well, no, but something. Yeah, the unholy buff, 13 to 26. If I hit him, does that take him out of stealth? Yeah. No, never mind. If he's slow enough... Oh my gosh. Okay. Multi-hit. There's almost no way crit could take that guy. Yeah, negative crit modifier. It would pretty much just be Reynald's hit. I think just stack Blight. Yep, because of that. 3 speed. The odds that they're gonna be able to beat him. So if I do it again, right? It should stack. For the entire battle. Yep, 44% damage and 8 speed. All right. Move one more back by summoning another guy. Oh, right. I can't target. Damn it. Okay. Yeah, until they get revealed. Shit. Oh, man. Thank goodness. Oh my god. Still stealth. Okay. Please don't be another stealth guy. Alright. Alright. Here we go. Yeah, now Reynald has somebody to target. A non-crit out of the 18.5%. Improbable. Okay, well, not taking any damage over time. It's just guys that we couldn't even see, so this should take care of... Oh, no, right. Protection. He will be dead. Oh my god.
Dizzying blow to body and brain.
Jesus. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Annihilated.
Jesus. Yeah, you really want to end this. Holy shit. 35 damage. Please. God, these stealth hits. The fuck was that? 15 damage? 17 damage? I was overly shocked. So, yeah, already dead. Yeah, I can't really do more there. Okay. Oh yeah, because I'm targeting the corpse, and it's gonna explode into the guy behind it. Yes. Ugh. Alright. Come on! Geez, even a non-crit rolling high. 27. Oh, come on! Some physical damage here. Raises bliss just with a touch. Okay. So, dead. I can't do anything. Yeah, I need that corpse there for Reynald to do anything.
Slowly, gently. This is how a life is.
Uh-huh. Bitch. Okay, and the minions fall. Whew. Oh my god.
Be wary. Triumphant
Blueprints.
pride
Rare
precipitates
loot
an
items.
dizzying fall.
Expanding the hamlet. Yeah. Well, that's weird. I already have a blueprint on this save. I don't think it should have reset the tutorials. Oh gosh, it takes a spot for each. Okay. Well. Yeah, didn't end up using that for the spider. And now... Yeah, there's a few hallway fights, but I think I could do most of this in the dark. Things said before things went horribly wrong. Again, yeah, probably not gonna need
The match is struck.
the
A blazing
bandages.
star is born.
Okay. I didn't come across any bodies. So, just walk backwards over all the things I passed. Okay. Oh, still in default party order. Just rocked his face. Yeah, Necromancer could be a man or a woman. Right. Do I just do it right away?
And now, the darkness holds dominion. Black as death.
Ah. Okay. Sure. Oh, wait. I don't even think I need the shovel. Just to check that. Well... fine. Okay. Pretty stressed. Reynald is more than a little hurt. Let's get lucky and don't hit any room battles. Get the Shambler fight or something. That blocks me off from that the secret room. Whoa. Jute tapestry, a coarse, time-worn weaving bearing invocations of unutterable alienage. Yeah, wow. Way more wealth than I'm able to carry. Before I even come back to the secret room there. Shit, I'm probably not, yeah, I'm not gonna need the shovel. Because I'm already filling up here. Still need the blood to care for you. That's only worth 750, so I think that'll be the one to go. Do I already have one of these in my stash? Okay. Yeah, I suppose that's going to work. So I've got 2 routes to go back if somehow I get blocked off. Yep. Ooh. Cool. Well, actually, I should do that just in case we get stuck. And that's enough for 2 meals still, because of the trinkets. Okay. So yeah, things I might drop. Okay. Great. Oh gosh, actually, hopefully I don't get too many meal checks in quick succession here. Yeah, just go through 2 hallways. Don't even need to explore the rest of the dungeon. Right, I spent the medicinal herb there, so key here and a key there. I could even pop out and check out what that curio is. Ooh, more blood.
Gold, trinkets and baubles, paid for in blood.
And then I got more blood. Lovely crests. Okay. I think we could handle the food. What are the odds, huh? Ugh. Okay. Jeez. Braving. So that's still a step away from wasting. Damn you!
The requirements
Okay.
of survival.
The ones who don't have the trinkets. Just more stress. Of course, immediately the next hallway over. Yeah. Alright. Won't do any more than this. Couldn't go past the obstacle anyway, and yes. Yep. So 3,500. Okay. I don't really rely on the man-at-arms to dodge anyways. And then Jester crits. I do have 2 Jesters. Ugh. This is worth... Okay. Yeah, 3 times 750 is already more than... Sucks about the emerald. Oh wait, no, 825. Yeah, that's the smallest value here. So, sure. Beautiful. Well, all right. This contains the blood? Oh, okay. Just from searching a single container. Yeah, let us leave. Woohoo! All right. So yep, beelining to the boss with good scouting, as ever. Leads me to victory. All those the buffs at the end, nuked for over. It was either over. Was that like 150 health? So yeah, at least a third of the health came from the from the Hellion. My goodness. And the blight. It's nothing to sneeze at. But damn, the stealth skeletons. Without means to remove stealth. Uh, yeah, relying on the AoE attacks, it was really rough. The longer that fight goes on, for sure, the more those guys keep striking. And yeah, and when they hit you, they don't leave stealth. Like you might assume sometimes. Ugh. Yeah. Who else removes it? Like the Vestal? The stealth removal is very limited. Oh boy. So slowed down in the light. Ugh. Okay. It's damage in the light. And yeah, he got scurvy. I think I was spoiled with the disease icon there. But you know, ready for pretty strong veteran level.
The tents are pitched, banners fly, and the corpse wagons stand at the ready. The circus has come to town.
Okay. The Butcher's Circus. Traveling circus has arrived on the outskirts of town, bringing with them all manner of crude sport. Enter the ring this week to relieve 10 stress from all heroes. It's... Why do we have to do this, like, multiplayer thing? Enable it. Right, this is just straight up multiplayer. It's tied to this save file. I don't know. I feel like I really should get that single player Butcher Circus mod. It probably reduce my real life stress. Yeah, I think it's loading up all the multiplayer stuff. Hopefully it didn't just put me into a... Well, no, I think there's more options for setting up your party before it puts you in into matchmaking and stuff. Yeah, I get huge anxiety having to set myself up for some of these types of activities.
Our family name, once so well regarded, is now barely whispered aloud by decent folk.
Oh, okay. All that was just it loading in.
A traveling bacchanal. A debauched contest of survival.
The Butcher's Circus is all these things and more.
Yep. Gladiator circus mommy, I guess. So, yeah, you can go to the circus to fight multiplayer battles. It is completely independent from the estate. Cheers and trinkets in the circus are separate. Will not impact your single-player progress. Progress you make in the circus, including your rank, banner design, and any rewards you unlock, carry over to other campaigns. Oh. So yeah, it's the rewards part. Like, it's like, I don't want to be. It's the fear. It's the fear of missing out, of potentially things that could be cool in my single player game, but if you're only able to get them through a multiplayer task. Season 3's ended. Players unlocking rewards. Ranks have been reset.
Claim your spoils. They are hard earned, and the previous owner will not miss them.
Fame and fortune. While fighting in the circus, you will earn prestige. As your prestige grows, the ringmaster will grant you the use of additional trinkets and new pieces for your banner. Prestige is earned by finishing matches, killing your opponent's heroes, by keeping more heroes alive when you win a match. Winning a match earns more prestige than losing, of course. So, So it said that they're separate. Jeez. What the heck? Okay. So these are decorative things. Huh. So they just take up trinket spots, right? So you can kind of gloat about not needing trinkets, I guess? Or do you have more trinket slots here? Yeah. Stuff to decorate your heroes. I I wonder if, yeah, how well integrated the single player one is. This challenges.
Violence and vanity. Debased lovers locked in an eternal embrace.
Alright, applying your colors. Here you can design your banner using pieces you've earned. Oh, well, maybe the different R's go there, because yeah, then it wouldn't feel like, even for bragging purposes, you would want, if you played enough of these, you still want effects on whatever hero trinkets you get, right? So, you can look through the categories of banner pieces using the tabs on the right side of the screen. Banner pieces can be earned in many places, including by completing caretaker goals and achievements in the single-player campaign. You can mouse over a locked banner piece to see how to earn it, or click to preview it. And you steer banner temporary until you click Apply All. So, yeah. Think. There it is. Yep. Basic crest. Yeah, prestige levels. Jeez. Win a match using only stress. Oh yeah, the rebalancing so that your moves cost stress. So yeah, this pretty much reminds me of that Eratus Necromancer game, where you play as the monsters and take out groups of heroes, and you utilize killing enemies by health, or by, yeah, a chance at a heart attack, maxing out their stress. So I wonder how closely I'll find them here. If I ever did this, I don't know, I'm still very anxious about doing that. Okay, that's just
On this list,
switching between the
blood and
tabs.
courage are the only means to ascension.
Rising in the ranks, victories in the ring will increase your rank. Yeah. Ranked matchmaking, skilled matchmaking. Ranked league is 3 tiers. The skulls, steps to the next tier. Gain steps with victories, lose with defeat. Seasons in that many days. Huh. So win any match. Little tavern sign there. Ooh. Slay a boss in any yeah, game. Uncommon. Ooh. Completing the game, yeah. Ability to do that. Is this? So wait, these are the rank 2 bosses? Fleshy crest. Ugh. Alright. Collector crest, all the ancestor trinkets, huh? Own the Crimson Court DLC. Oh, that's weird. I do. Right? That's weird. Might be some syncing thing. I don't know. Yeah, in library. Eh. Color of Madness. You haven't unlocked it. Desynchronized. I guess it's 2 parts of Madness, but desynchronized does just make me think of netcode and multiplayer where somebody's internet connection desynchronizes them and it cancels out the match. Oh gosh. Spider crest with a body and eaten alive. Oh man. The blowfly. Wow. Okay. Then the pole. Wow. Apprentice Necromancer. Okay. So it's the same one with, yeah, skeletons on each side. Go forth, my minions. Desynchronized. Unfortunately, I can't really see it. Yeah, just some extra spikes. Kind of like another half of the Stress Halo. Season 1 Novice League. Huh. Guess I just had the game while that was going. Some webbing. Okay, so that's just an auto unlock. For things that maybe you just can't get anymore? Oh man, now this just reminds me of Battle Brothers, when you get your banner in that game. And yeah, it acts as a polearm. So you get a spearhead and all that, and the banner itself inspires your troops if you need it. It assists in you rallying the troops if you need it. But yeah, you are essentially giving a commander unit a little spear for some 2 ranged attacks. Medium quests. Ah. You fools! You've messed with the natural order! Little Wilbur on top of the pole, huh? Yeah, slay a shambler, jeez. The Eldritch pole. Impaled head on a spike there. Pretty cool. Sonorous Prophet. The pillory. In the stocks. I'm free, I'm free! Novice League. Okay, cool. More desynchronized. Yeah, it seems. I mean, it it does seem to be matching. Madness, Stress, Spikes, Halo, kind of the cult headdress. Ornaments on the side. Okay. Requests for the Raven. Hmm. And then no trappings. Wizened Hag. Ah, okay. Hanging off of the top horizontal pole, crossing the T. 8-pounder trappings. Ah, trophies of knights the bandits guild, I guess, with the cannon. Spiders. Oh man, all the blowfly pieces, the fly wings, really reminds me of Nurgle. Warhammer 40k aesthetics, a lot of the plague marines. They like to, implement fly ornamentation on some of their power armor. Hey, the leper! The aura.
A new coat of arms for a most deserving champion.
Challenge your friends!
Seek out your rivals and greet them with an iron glove.
Challenging your friends in the dueling grounds, you can challenge other players directly. Click on an envelope to send an invitation to a friend through Steam. If they accept, you will be connected before you choose your heroes and trinkets. Oh. So, yeah. All these guys, yeah. Don't... Okay. Don't really know about all this, but cool. Specific trinkets. And then, yeah. Well, no, these are all. A lot of these are specific to certain heroes. Well, some of them aren't, and then yeah, just locked by prestige levels. Does feel a little bad that alternate playstyle options only unlock if you've already been doing this for enough. Of course, right, like whether or not these things at the end are definitively more powerful. If they're side grades, then it might not be so bad, but it is still unique tweaks. I think...
Do not be hasty.
I think I probably am going to test out the single-player version.
Victory and defeat can be decided here.
Yeah, probably lower stress for me. And it makes sense, really, because the... it's not the best, but, I mean... Enemy hero AI is already in the game, because they would have to be, given that the Siren is a thing. So, yeah, you would have had to fight any configuration of enemy heroes with any given skills. And yeah, it's just that game would rebalance them based on what works in the campaign versus what happens here. But still, the tools, the AI and everything should be there for a single player version of this. So choose your contestants. Heroes in the circus are separate from the single player. Yeah, no persistent people are gonna die. They have different skills and effects suited for the unique rules of the ring. They won't disappear from your roster if they're killed. Okay. Left click on a hero for quick access to their skills, stats, skills, and trinkets. Right click More detailed stats to view or change their appearance. Drag heroes to form a team and an order. Yeah. Huh. So there's no leveling here. I think it's just a standardized version. You're still limited by your 4 Pokemon moves. Oh, wow. Okay. Inflict stress, huh? And then, yeah, I think some of this balancing is probably what directly inspired them to make changes in Darkest Dungeon 2. So I remember playing the demo. When I tried the demo during that Steam Next Fest or something, and yeah, stuff like the Wicked Slice is directly intended to get past enemy death blow chance, which that's a whole thing I might test out if I play when I play Darkest Dungeon 2. Plus death blow. Jeez. Right. Do. Yeah. Wonder how many times they had to tweak the riposte stuff because players have to attack certain units or that plus the guard. I mean, I guess the player isn't as limited as the AI is in randomly deciding to just, oh well, if you've guarded one, then I'll just attack another. Okay, and they've balanced the Yop. Yeah, probably some of the skills like the Hellions, where... Oh, okay. But yeah, I think that some of these would have not diminishing returns. No, it would have another debuff on the Hellion that builds up, like lower damage again. So that's still on this one, but I guess it's not quite as bad as in the vanilla game. Huh. My goodness, look at all these heroes. And all the potential changes. Yeah. It's the trinkets. Oh, man. Yeah. Feels bad that I'm ignoring a town event. Relieve 10 stress. It's a nice little thing. But I take care of my heroes pretty well. So little passives, and I revolve between teams to give proper rest. So I think that's okay. That I'm not missing out on too much, but maybe I'll install that mod. So that will be one thing that legitimately changes gameplay, because it's not really intended for you to do Butcher Circus versus AI. Okay, have all these blueprints. No means to make them. And yeah, under Blood Moon, you definitely wouldn't have time to eternally farm for this stuff. So 32 and just not enough press. Ooh, 34. I think that was something at the sanitarium. Yep. Patient cells.
The front
Medical.
line of this war is not in the dungeon, but rather inside the mind.
Okay, no contagion. And yeah, another treatment ward. Get rid of more negative traits. Right. If there's no contagion in one, I guess there might not be contagion anywhere. Okay. 40 stress. Not a lot, really. Yeah, just send him to meditate. 65 is right on the edge of yeah, something worth treating. Right. I mean, it's fairly high. 40 is 40's where anything below 50% is where I start to think, I could just take a different team. Could have reduced the cost a little bit, but all right. Move trinkets. So yeah, sucks about that treatment, meaning no no negative trait removal. So yeah, you'd think the Grave Robber would, of course, function during the night, the darkness, roguish characters, thematically, but as a very careful person, keeping things in the light, probably fix some of these things because it would really screw with, yeah, those boss rushes. Uh, all these traits to treat. I suppose I go by level. Want to get rid of the negative traits before they set in. Oh yeah, also disease. Scouting chance is great. Better healing from the Vestal. I don't think I really need to block that. Do 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 do. Maybe that healing. Yeah, so Cornet. Is that how I pronounce that? Okay, crit if HP below 50%. For a flagellant, that's pretty important. He loves being below having low health.
Lead self. Maybe? Feel like I must have joked about it when I was using the flatulent, but yeah, his armor just being his skin. I'm upgrading it. Imagine at the blacksmith, we're just kind of smacking him. He'll build up more calluses. Hmm. That's a lot. 3105. I can afford a lot of these, but sure. I think that's it. No other diseases. Cool. So yeah, nothing else to spend on the deeds. Or spend the deeds on. Yeah, without crests. Okay. There's that. Yeah, no Butcher Circus. Nothing else to really look at. It's... Yeah, I don't need the stagecoach because I take care of my heroes. They're everywhere. Okay, still offering the same shroud here. Huh. Okay. Do I only have the one Hellion or two? I think I enjoyed their nuking a lot, but yeah, just the one, huh? Okay, but jesters? Yes, would really love that. Right, got the crits there. Do 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 do. Yep, slice off and harvest. Key parts of the jester strategy. Thing in the stars. Ugh. Okay. Then, the Warrens, with the buff, I guess, from that last mission I cleared. So yeah, hey Sungnif, hello, hello. Hope you're all right. Yeah, Darkest Dungeon 2 just released on Steam. I think that it's making the rounds on Twitch, I'm sure. So, as usual, I'm not really diving in on day one, but it did remind me that I hadn't even completed the original Darkest Dungeon, so yeah, why not jump back into an old save file. Yeah, I've had a tendency to just always restart a fresh save, but of course that means I do the start of the game over and over and over and over. So yeah, Sungnif, looks like Darkest Dungeon 1 because it is Darkest Dungeon 1. Yeah, so nope, not a case of, oh man, they just made the same game. No, this is, yeah. All the big name streamers probably already have Darkest Dungeon 2. If they weren't already streaming it back when it was on Epic and all that whole deal. But yeah, no, I did play the Darkest Dungeon 2 demo during, I think, one of the Next Fest or whatever on Steam. And yeah, I just need more time to get a feel for it. It's very different, but still cool to see the shared aspects. But then, yeah, I feel like I should finish the game so that I can actually have an opinion on how it's balanced, how the progression to get there was, and all that. So, yeah, here I am in the, as you can see, the 2020 estate, a little out of date, a moment frozen in time. All the other memes about, yeah, 2020. Just a glorious tweet. Oh, is this about Darkest Dungeon or some other, or is this just like in general funny internet stuff? uh, yeah, Twitter does. There's a lot of recommended tweets. It's like things you'd be interested in or trending because it was yeah, just what went viral by being funny enough, hot takes and stuff. Okay. Hmm. Okay, so I'm gonna, these are the last known photos of the Miskatonic University expedition to the Sudan, 1908. The expedition disappeared without a trace 3 days later. In a sandstorm, no bodies or artifacts were recovered. Attempts to reconstruct the location through global imaging have failed. What the heck? Oh, the 4 images of happy expedition peeps excavating Cthulhu mythos objects. Okay. uh, so is that based on the, yeah, the Cthulhu mythos stuff from the novels that you were ordering? Or is it like a, or is it like a creepypasta thing? Just so I get the context of like, oh, it's, they're like really taking it seriously, like Bigfoot sighting, or if it's like, yeah, there's like all the, you know, creepypastas, found footage, sort of things. Like Blair Witch. It's like, oh, everybody's so happy taking video footage until the movie takes off or whatever. Yep. Little did they know the horrors they would face in their, yeah, digging through Cthulhu, the darkest dungeon. Okay. Oh. Yeah. All that stuff, yeah. Miskatonic University is the fictional mythos university where half the protagonists in Lovecraft stories come from. Okay. Yeah, so more of the, yeah, pulling from that lore. Nice. uh, no. Yeah, I think in, in the Darkest Dungeon 2 intro, I think they bring up more, yeah, more universities. Just that, all the interactions between the ancestor and these learned figures where they know too much and they know just enough to start digging into these horrific cosmic horrors. And yeah, that starting cinematic has him like shaking hands with this, his professor who became his peer. Just, ooh, little hints at, yeah, at people who dig too deep, who know more than they should. So you're saying the expedition to Sudan, one of 5 expeditions between 1902 and 1931, established from that university. Oh, okay. So yeah, trying to expand on the lore. Yeah. Let me see. I think the most I would identify with something like that is, I guess, the SCP stuff. I don't really, yeah, I don't think I've devoted myself to any one online community of like, oh, we're, you know, committed to the bit. Yeah, SCP, and there was a time a few months back where I was watching a bunch more of those, the Backrooms videos, just because I saw, yeah, some interesting YouTube recommendations. It's like, oh, creepypastas. And some pretty well-made videos. Mostly the Kane Pixel videos. So, interesting stuff there. Of course, it's difficult with, you know, current events and politics and stuff like that, why go looking for horrors when the real world offers so many of them already in just completely incomprehensible, yeah, mindless human beings. Why search for inexplicable supernatural things. If we have them right here. Uh, but so yeah, so I'm gonna, yeah, plenty of games, right? Plenty of games around the Cthulhu mythos. What? Um, well, now I'm brain farting, but obviously there's several. I don't know. It's like not the Penumbra stuff. I think yeah, Amnesia is something else entirely. It's its own thing. But Shadow over Innsmouth, and then several based on the board game. You know, obviously the Eldritch inspirations in games like Darkest Dungeon, but yeah, all these other characters. Yeah, Shadow over Innsmouth. Something of Cthulhu. I don't know enough of them. Yeah, Canarium. Very jank adventure. A lot of style content. A lot of love. Yeah, captures that Lovecraft style. Nice. uh, yeah, it's like you're pretty much bound to create a game with some survival elements, where you're balancing your health and your sanity, most likely. And probably variations of don't look at the monster too long because it drives you crazy. Probably chase mechanics, probably not a thing you can actually kill because that would make it non-threatening. Yeah, there's some, I feel like the framework of those. Right, Call of Cthulhu, of course. It was like, I knew there was the alliteration. Yeah, Call of Cthulhu, Sinking City, Dark Corners of the Earth, the big name Cthulhu games, right. Yeah. Whichever developers can really put their skills to adapting something well. I think I even saw there was during maybe another Next Fest something demo, seeing that there's like little roguelike Cthulhu games and stuff like that. It, you know, more action-packed, and your main character, yeah, where your main character is maybe a little more combat competent, and it kind of removes some of the horror when you can actually fight back. But when the enemies are Eldritch themed and you're like roaming room to room, like yeah, like little roguelike progression items and stuff, it's you can make it fit, I guess. Right, exactly. Yeah, when it's more aesthetic rather than mechanical, I suppose you can just take the underlying mechanics and theme it after whatever. Of course. All right. So where would I go next? Well, oh yeah, my level 4 is a little too stressed. Probably leave that for a bit. So yeah, yeah, stylistically about as faithful to the mythos as Doom is to chess. Right. Yeah, as long as they have good writing, I suppose. I mean, I suppose I should be more open to different genres that use Cthulhu mythos, and as long as the writing's good, because you could still have, you know, walking simulators and everything is an audio log or a note and stuff like that, and if they, even though that would be most fitting because it, you know, Cthulhu novel, straight up text-based adventure game, that's pretty much almost a straight line, but yeah, as long as the writing's good, I suppose you could still do other things. But yeah, I think the vast majority of the games, of course, are in it for the aesthetics. Just a thing. I mean, just like zombie games and everything. I mean, we were kind of talking about this the other day with Star Wars and everything. Just like, well, yeah, we get the aesthetic right, and maybe there'll still be underlying themes of like, oh, the post-apocalypse and zombies. Like, because it's less about the zombies and more about the living, because it's about humans in a crisis, yada yada yada. So yeah, just take that, but for other genres and other writings. So yeah, so if your only complaint aren't more purist mythos games, I have zero problem with mythos shooters and whatnot. Yeah. I mean, I guess that just if you mean purist mythos, uh, is it that they changed the lore, or is it just that yeah, or is it specifically the other genres like shooters and stuff versus text-based? Because then it's not even just about yeah Cthulhu or Eldritch stuff, and just that the the rise and fall of like walking simulators and text-based, highly story-based games. Whether whether there's enough, yeah, I don't know, target demographics that are interested in that, or of course you appeal to a niche audience, but yeah, it's the idea of like, well, just like most movies, it's like, does there have to be a good guy or a bad guy? The conflict, or is it going to be something like Studio Ghibli, where they're focused on the art form, and there doesn't even really need to be a conflict or a bad guy because it's just a slice of life story thing. Of course, do that for Eldritch Horror. So yeah, style and gameplay Songnif. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I guess like yeah, the main ones being well, like detective, of course. uh, a detective gathering clues is what happened here, and oh, crazy eldritch thing, and then yeah, slowly uncovering the mystery and where things go. I mean, well, yeah. So we were talking about Dredge the other day, where it doesn't go full Cthulhu mythos directly, but it's the general idea of mutations, yeah, the horrors slowly creeping into the real world. I didn't see the ending of that game because I wonder if I might want to play that. But yeah, it's like it's a fishing game, but it makes sense with all the deep sea horrors and fish people maybe that it kind of edges into that a little bit. But it isn't like you're walking through the town. You still interact with the townspeople a bit, and yeah, there's still implications. But yeah, it's like different ways to approach it without, I mean, I don't know, getting bogged down in writing. I think one of the criticisms of Dredge that I kind of liked, that kind of ties into um, a lot of Cthulhu Eldritch stuff, is that like, yeah, how long do you keep up the horror? Because like, does it work better in short bursts? Because the longer you keep people wondering, it's like a horror movie where it's like, what does the monster look like? And then like, well, does that work for all 1 hour and a half, 2 hours? And that's a movie. Meanwhile, for a game, it's like, if you play for like 20 or 30 hours, um, is the player, do you really have enough writing to hold up the fresh mystery of not understanding what you're looking at across, yeah, 20, 30 hours? At a certain point, just the nature of video games, the player, anything that has like progression, anything that needs I don't know, a concrete solution or closure, but you'd kind of have to just leave things vague, and then yeah, you'd have to cut yourself off at a certain point because you can't explain too much. I don't know. It's just, yeah, it's difficult because, right, that's gaming in the modern age. Like, what is marketable? Um, yeah, we brought up the walking sims. It's like, are there enough people to buy that? How much money do we throw at the product to make it good? And still, like, if the gameplay doesn't have enough, is it worth X amount of money? How many copies of that do we sell? In a perfect world, where we're not reliant on, yeah, monetary investment of game design, game development, yeah, you could just make something because it's a really cool artistic piece and expression, not because like, well, I need to survive, so I need to make a game, and it'll pay my rent. So anything that's too out there means that I've just wasted my time, and it really sucks. I mean, that's straight up what my game design class in the last semester of spring semester of this year was. There was like several classes where we just talked about marketing and publishers. It's like, oh, you should seek a publisher, yeah, like maybe EA. Or it's like, oh god. It's like, yep, that's the college class under capitalism. and like the survival rate of game design teams, how many ideas make it. Just like, yeah, you work a day job because you need to fund your hobby and your passion. So until we reach that point where automation and AI means that most of us don't need or have jobs, then we really are going to be a society of creators, writers, and stuff who can really do these things that wouldn't be profitable otherwise. But oh well. So yeah, but publishers, yeah, products, all that, genres. Right, yeah. Swap things out. So, okay, more praise for Canarium. Yeah. Mythos Games gives you all that. Aw, well, that's nice. Yeah. I don't know. So, I mean, so really, yeah, it's, yeah, I think the main takeaway is still just, yeah, the beauty of art form. It's art ruined by, much like many things, ruined by profit-seeking, funding, capitalism, yeah, survival, human survival. Pretty much just the Yusuke story arc from Persona 5, which hopefully I play that at some point. It'd be really interesting to talk about the mythology of the creatures in Persona, and then of course the story implications, psychology, straight up in the game, personas, and the character story arcs. But yeah, the whole like starving artist trope and needing money, but the money corrupts the art. It was pretty engaging, even though that game I have watched, I think, a couple playthroughs and seen most of the content, but just put my own spin on it. Anyhow, gosh. Yeah, so where to go next? Can be killed. They can be beaten. A third fasting seal. Man. So, yeah, this would be really great for all the dodges. At a certain point, I feel like I'm hitting diminishing returns with a team where everybody's using this and I don't even need to bring food. That's cool. But we do actually need other stats than dodge. So, yeah, Sungnif. But, so yeah, all that. Ah, gosh. So yeah, what you mean, publishers, right, mining the audience. At the same time, too risk averse, not to wrap it up in a gameplay they know can succeed. Oh, right, of course, yeah, the whole marketing thing. Yep. I mean, it goes back to everything, right? Again, the whole argument of like, man, why are there so many right-wing, fans of blank series, of a video game, of different movies and stuff where they talk about like, oh no, this show is so woke and blah blah blah, and they complain about like soulless sequels and stuff. I mean, yeah, it's the same thing, because when everything's about profit margins, then they take the least risky route. So you get endless sequels, you get things that don't depart from, established formulas. So of course, and then of course the capitalist bootlickers will still say, this is so soulless. Man, why don't people take risks? It's like, well, because when people take risks, you blame them for going bankrupt when their product doesn't sell. And you say, that's what you get for having an art degree instead of like a real job. Yeah, and then of course we have the writers going on strike now. It's just, yeah, they will never connect the dots because they wouldn't see the problems in the first place. It sucks. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm just gonna circle down the drain again. Death spiral of this, trying to rationalize something that isn't rational. These, these people, these things. Oh well. Yeah, it's really nasty. Oh well. Okay. In any case, it's 1 a.m. It's been about 4 hours. I don't know if I could keep going. Yeah, I don't know. I think my family's been a little more lenient on, when I help out and staying up late, as long as I'm not bothering anybody. and they don't demand that I'm there at the crack of dawn, 7 or 8 a.m. So I can keep going. Gosh, just yeah, profit, my personal success, just like spending time on the internet playing video games. It's gosh. All right. Don't think I've. So yeah, I think I might be hunting for the thing from the stars. All right. So, I'm hoping that it is not a set difficulty, and I'm sending in a bunch of rookies to die. Because yeah, I'll go for the. I'll go for the journeyman easy level here, and hopefully I'll face the easy level of the thing from the stars. Hopefully. No, I should probably pick a bunch of level 2s for the most capable. Hey there. Don't know how bad that's gonna be. Just keep marking targets. Is it gonna count as an eldritch? Maybe. Okay, so this is the Warrens. Right, so Beast, Eldritch. Yeah. Huh. Okay, I think I hadn't checked this in a while. Yeah, bypass stealth and de-stealth the enemies. That could have been helpful. Some of my other fights. So, okay, Vestals. How many people have... Yeah, it's like Vestal. Any more support characters? Bypass and de-stealth. Okay, flash powder, cool. That's something for the antiquarian to do. Yeah. It's been so long that I don't think I ever really noted all of these. I don't think I use them enough. I mean, of course, because again, I never finish the game. I never get to the later dungeons. I don't face enough enemies at stealth. So, yeah. Got 2 shield breakers who can do this. It's good. So yeah, Vestal, Antiquarian, Shield Breaker. And then yeah, the Highwayman gets 1. Gosh. The Flash Powder from the Antiquarian de-stealths. This is a Flash Bang. Serves a different purpose. The Flare, yep. The bypass stealth and de-stealth. Okay. And it does it to all of them. Well, that stuff. Yeah, Sugnif. Right. Purist Mythos. Yeah. Not gonna... Yeah, you're not in a position of power. Right. Super horrific. Yeah, death to save the worst fate from worse fates. Right, delaying the doom. I mean, yeah, that's sort of existentialism. I guess? In a sense, sometimes, that might be more fitting of some, like, modern indie games that are dealing with stuff like climate change. I don't know. There's a level of optimism in that people seek in their products. Ugh. I mean, people still watch sad movies. It's an emotional outlet, but Yeah, I don't think a lot of people. I mean, again, I live in the United States, so my perspective is, of course, uh, this naivete, this exceptionalism, and eternal optimism. So, I mean, maybe in other countries it's not quite as bad. Hmm. But yeah, exactly. Doing all that right. So I mean, that's why, like, yeah, there's only a few games that do things more bleakly. Oh right, well, so yeah, tying into what we were talking about the last couple streams about like Star Wars Visions and some of the themes. So actually, um, there are maybe like two of the shorts in Volume 2 where, I mean, that's the thing. It's still tackling some. Obviously, these animation companies are tackling things that are happening in real life based on, human history, and they just put it in the Star Wars universe because, yeah, obviously Empire and all that. And even then, there's a bunch of. If you watch some of the reactions online to some of these skits, it's still like it's still relatively optimistic. Um, there are ways that, yeah, some of the storytelling could be even darker with how cynical people could be regarding, yeah, some systemic problems. But, it's just like the intended audience. Are their kids still interested in Star Wars, or these are for. And they're like adult themes just because it's cartoony. But people don't want to be told of how bad things really are. Oh, if you tell them that things are bad, they'll just give up, and then we won't get anywhere. Okay, sure, but if we don't let people know how bad things are, we also don't know how drastic the change needs to be. So, yeah, it's a difficult tightrope to manage. And yeah, typical games, typical pop culture, and stuff like that. Ugh, it's tough. All right, jeez. Right. So yeah, I I think Eldritch. I think we're gonna be good with bleed. Medium, 100% of room battle, so you need to be hale and hearty and healthy. Hmm. Um. Yeah, Sungnif. Yeah, some level of optimism. I mean, this is again where we need to it the American centrist moderate view, a compromise here between tell people how bad it really is, but still offer hope, right? That's actual centrism and moderation versus uh, a lot of other American things that say they're centrist or moderate, where it's like, no, 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 we can definitely change it. It's like, okay, and then people are, yeah, complacent. Climate change? Oh, we got so much time. Uh, Pressure your governments to enact better change instead of like decades and decades and decades from now. Slowly getting there and leaving the corporations to have easy goalposts and stuff like that. It's like, well, yeah, that's what happens when you tell people they have so much time instead of like, here's the irreversible thing. It's a very slow burn and stuff, and then just like, again, like, any amount of criticism, the futility. I mean, that's we were talking about the other night, right? About like some people are okay with things like the Democrats and incrementalism because, like, well, maybe they're a little slower in getting us to where we should be, but it's better than the other guy. And that's again where this level of like, oh well, you criticizing them, wanting them to be better, that's a level of futility. You're just giving up, and then you're letting the Republicans win, the conservatives. All right, and this is obviously your experience. You might be meaning something different, and your experience in Denmark might be different, but that's what it seems like from my point of view in the United States. Every time another article about like mass shooting, things are bad. It's like, well, give up. We can't do anything. It's like, well, if our politicians are really interested in the change, yeah, I don't. It's just it sucks. Yeah, well. So, yeah, optimism, futility, paralysis. I mean, again, yeah, I mean, that's where it's, of course, like, oh, if only we had the power to do this. It's like, you mean our elected representatives maybe don't work with the neo-Nazis that are also in our government? It's just, nope, can't do it. Only through voting. uh, checks and balances of our legal system. Well, no, they've infiltrated that too. It's just like, yeah, like the whole point of any form of government and authority is they have the means to do that. I sure hope so. Uh, no, you, the people, are the strongest. It's like right up until, yeah, our military police and stuff like that, or we get called terrorists for demanding better of our government. Oh well. So all that stuff. Yes, I'm gonna, yeah, meaninglessness. Right, exactly. I mean, I feel like that's humility as well. Um, that getting away from stuff like, oh yeah, the main character, protagonist energy. Hopefully, most of the people who say that are uh, leaning on it being ironic. But you know, there's enough people who might truly mean it. It's like, I'm the main character, and the rest of you don't matter. Yeah, there's a level of self-awareness and humility. They're like, no, you're just a small part of the greater whole. Part of the universe. We barely know what's out there. So, yeah, all that human experience, all of that stuff. Right, the time frame, 50 years, and yeah, we've known about it for many, many decades, if not like they're really old reports centuries ago. So all that, and then yeah, downplaying the problem, embracing half measures, all that. Yep, Crush. Also, hello, Crush. Yeah, more morality and politics. That's that's the strategic retreat. So hello. Yeah, some optimistic treatment of those realistic ways. And unfortunately, Sungnif, that gets called socialism, communism. Or, yeah, that's not real solutions. You're just here to complain, and then you don't offer real solutions. Here's the real solution: universal health care, things that they do in Europe. No, that doesn't work in U.S. It's like, well, that conversation's over. I mean, that's again something. Maybe that works in a more logical country, but we're kind of stuck. Well, no, I mean, even again, even when they point at capitalist European countries as, yeah, I mean, so yes, actually socialism is the solution, but trying to move the Overton window in the US over, it's like, no, that's not actionable, and then they shut off as soon as they hear that the S word, S or C word. Yeah, it's all that stuff, but all that. Yeah, a lot of debates, Crush. Yeah. All that. Yeah, so if you don't like it, figure out another one that actually works. They don't want to. They like, you mean the current system, the status quo, everything that's great? Yeah. You mean capitalism, the one that works, and that's where again the debating with them in good faith, it just kind of falls apart. Everything else, nope, all those other countries failed, and blah blah blah. It just, yeah, it turns into mental gymnastics. But my real solution is the thing we've been doing. Oh God. Anyways. All right. So, yeah, the thing from the stars. Let's see. In the Warrens, all the room battles. So I probably want. Okay. Huh. Melee Vestal. Sure. Yeah, Crush. Yeah, game, sweet. I mean, the topics were related. It's just, yep. So probably need to swap out for melee build. Yep, so I'm gonna, yeah, pretty much. Alright. Yeah, so I'm gonna need to swap that. That's the only melee, but give a good bonk. Alright. There's just not that much unholy in the Warrens. Hmm. No. No. Uh. Darn it. I guess I can just take it. Oh, okay. Warren's tactician. Yes. So do that. You kind of work. Right. Second spot. Duelist advanced into riposte and then point blank shot. Sure. But yeah, so Sungnif, all of that. Yeah. Everybody's got something. But again, like that whole argument is just like, yeah, like, oh, look at those places. They have problems too. It's like, oh, sure. We can still work towards an actual, yeah, some actual progress, lesser problems. But yeah, it's difficult. Okay, so yeah, more mini mark target teams. Okay. Maybe that'll work. Then, suppose I'll just have you here as a tank. Strong frontline person. I don't trust. Yeah, more. Inexperienced people. So yeah, so I'm gonna. Yeah, for sure. I mean, American influence. Yeah. It's a lot to. Yeah. I could go on about that for a while, but I'm gonna cut. I'm gonna try to cut that off for now. Yeah. Okay. So I think I'll work with this. Yes, I'm gonna. Yeah, no worries. No, I do that. I do that to myself most of the time. But yeah, there's a bunch of news. Uh, let me see. I can get at least this next dungeon through before I head off for the night or something. And it feel like usually these are about what, an hour, hour and a half. If I really work my way across the map. So yeah, healing while camping, healing received. You're bandaging. Okay. Right. So yeah, I think I only get the bonus at the bottom if they have the Crimson Curse. Perhaps debuff, move. Okay. That would be. Yeah, I think buckshot. To shove enemies back. Yeah, even the top two is still good. Oh well, yeah, I benefit from the debuff there. Sure. Yeah, a bunch of people ready to... Okay, 2 people ready to mark. He's the faster one, she's the slower one. Okay. Yeah, you guys. You can take the trapping. Oh no, you do dodge? Yeah, so I'm trying to contextualize it. Yeah, Cthulhu mythos. Yep. I mean, honestly, in a different community, like you'd have enough people contributing. It'd get chaotic, but I mean, yeah, I feel like this is the making of a real community where people get an idea of who you are as a person rather than right? Just me playing a game. It's kind of like you're doing both, right? Like when I play these games, it's because it's a strategy, and then my analytical nature comes through. So meanwhile, yeah, just chatting streams and stuff. People talk about novels and pop culture and stuff they're interested in. It's just like, well, you do legitimately want to learn about them, and it turns into rambling. Okay. I do want some scouting. Yeah, I guess I don't need the rest of those. Sure. Yeah. I'll take a little speed hit there. Yeah, probably one is enough. That worked okay for the boss. Alright. Nobody has the Crimson Curse, so hopefully we don't run into surprise party of them. So all of that. Sasangnif, more novels. Author named Laird Barron. Okay. Yeah, let me know whatever. I don't think I'd heard of them, so I don't know. Yeah, whatever they. I'm pretty bad about a lot of that trivia. I can know a few names. Yeah, like authors, and then just like, oh, I saw this movie, and then this is the director. And then they made this other movie where this person was the star actor, and the person who did the soundtrack was this, and they also did work in blank, and it's just like people chain that together. It's like, wow, how do you guys memorize this many factoids? It's pretty impressive, but I guess, you know, where I designate that brain space to gaming, and just like, oh, I memorized this particular tactic for this strategy game, and this unit's stats and costs. Okay. Yeah, I think that's good. So just do a ranged accuracy. Maybe, yeah, I guess you need the accuracy, and then you... Maybe you do... Well, I guess like tankiness, but also you could just be a bruiser. All that. Okay, some more horror story, Sungnif. Nice. I think I only know... Well... obviously I know, like Stephen King, but I don't read a lot of it. And then... I think Junji Ito. It's a very weeb... a weeb source of horror, but, you know, I think some of the manga are pretty great. And the internet seems to love the Emigara fault. Claustrophobia horror. And some of his other stories. Yeah, a lot of that. Crush. Oh, right, yeah, a lot of those extra topics and... Yeah. So all that. Yeah, agreement. I mean, that's the odd part of having your motivations, again, being profit-seeking. Imagine if I had somebody in chat who gave, you know, it was like a tier 3 sub, so that's worth a lot of money, and they gift a bunch of subs, they've been here for a long time, and then it turns out they're like, they have a horrific ideology, sexist, racist, homophobe, like, you know, any streamer, what are the odds that they would tolerate that if that represents a sizable percentage of their income? You would hope that they stick to their true self, regardless of how much money is in it, but, I mean, again, shittiness of normal jobs, there's some people who I kind of understand why they would take the money so that they can do anything other than a normal job. It sucks. But here we go. I mean, it's just, yeah, poor idea. About like, what do we agree on? Yeah. But yeah, like, so the odds of me faking something just because, like, well, if I keep more viewers, then I reach the top of the Twitch directory, which means more people will see my stream and they'll stop by, and that increases the viewer count. So then I make it to the top more, and then I make it big streaming. It's done, right? I'm all set, doing a dream job. Yeah, it would be really easy to, well, not easy, but I mean, it's very clear what some actions would accelerate business practices. Okay. At the expense of not being your real self. There. That was most of it. Alright. Do. All that. Yep. Money, starvation. Right. And of course, those tend to be connected because food costs money. It's like, what? Do we think we just give people food for free? And then, of course, we call them, yeah, leeches on society for accepting welfare. It's like, I mean, it would just be free people up to not worry about food, housing, and all that. But yeah, it's profit motive. Okay. All right. So, all of them are tier 1. So, yeah, Crush. Streaming full-time make the fun more work than fun, really? For sure, but at least I would be doing something I consider fun rather than something that I already consider not fun in a normal job, and it's holding me to the strict schedules, yeah, and something I already hate. But yeah. Like streaming from once in a while, Crush? I suppose, I mean, I would just completely devote myself to this, because I love doing what we're doing right now. Just, yeah. I don't understand. That's why I hate it, seeing people who stream for a living and they do it badly. They don't interact. They barely play the games well. They're not funny, so their commentary, right? It's like they're missing all 3 of the pillars that I assign to streaming. Skill at the game, interaction, and if you're not interacting with people, the jokes that you make on your own. At least those 3. There's probably more side things, side goals of being a streamer that you could put, but like those are the main ones I've seen. And you know, and that includes like either you're funny or you're creative or something, right? Like what you produce there. So yeah, there's plenty of people who don't do that at all, but they made it early on, and they've reached critical mass, and they're just gonna be successful. And I'm so jealously angry that they can just do this. And they have no incentive to improve because they're famous for being famous at a certain point. So yeah. But all that stuff, yeah, it still work for sure. Definitely still work. I'm not saying it's you know, all rainbows and butterflies. Yeah, you still have to put in the work, but it would at least be less soul-breaking work than normal work. The ones that I've done. But yeah, it's rough. Okay, I think. I guess I don't really need to scout if I'm just gonna be visiting the rooms. Anyways, I guess I'll take some de-stressing. Yeah. So, both of you are dodging. Maybe... Maybe she should have the de-stressing if... Yeah, she's even less dodgy than, our tank here. Alright. Alright. I think I'll use this team. All that. Yeah. All the different work, perspectives. Yeah, Crush. Yeah, really, wake up every day. Your life starts all over if you breathe a breath when you wake. Yeah, there was that. I don't know if we missed a part of the quote or something, but I think I understand if you're just living day to day, if that's what you mean. Like, be grateful that you woke up or something. I don't know. That seems like a pretty low bar if that's the case. uh, I don't know. Be grateful you're alive. Like, yeah, I mean, there's an argument to be made about how much life is suffering, and until we improve people's circumstances, I think I don't know. I don't want to overevaluate something that might be mistyped or something. Hmm. All right. So yeah, let's see what I can upgrade here. Right. Too low level. Mm-hmm. Great. That's as far as that's going. So it's the armor and then the skills. Okay. So yeah. Healing received. Okay. Okay, so Crush. Okay. Every morning is a new start in life. I mean, sure. Yeah, I mean, sort of. I guess you're still mostly still in your same circumstances. This isn't like a game where you get to re-roll, reset. Like that would be a new start in life. Uh like wake up in, I don't know, the social mobility. It's not like you wake up and you're completely neutral. A lot of the shitty things that were there when you went to sleep are gonna still be there when you wake up. I mean, there's many possibilities, but again, there's also the possibility it doesn't change. Possibility things get worse. Not to say don't try, but eternal optimism has its issues. Alright. So yeah, I'm not sure. Probably want his de-stressing as well. Yeah, Sungnif, you feel like... I mean, yeah, I didn't, it's difficult to... It's difficult when people are debating parts of their philosophy. And I mean, you need a certain level of hope and optimism to keep going on, but it is... it's hard to resolve all of these, for sure. Only if you wake up. After all, dying is the end game content of life. Maybe a lot. I mean, well, this is where we get into the discussion of, like, what does that mean when we have different life expectancies depending on which country you're from, your socioeconomics, right? Plenty of guaranteed human rights, housing, healthcare. Yeah. Social unrest. So, I mean, we'd all definitely die, but some people get there way before their time. Right. I mean, yeah, again, like, there are positive possibilities and there are many negative possibilities. It's just, if I was trying to convey this ideology to somebody who's in currently a very bad place, it's just like, yep, it'll be fixed tomorrow, or just keep trying. It's like, yeah, some people try for their entire life, and that's not going to make them feel much better when they end it the same way. But yeah, hopefully we fix these circumstances. Okay. Probably... Protection and self-marking. I don't think I use this enough, but I also think it's much more secure to have healing and de-stressing options. I guess. Yeah, Crush. Conclusion, have an interesting conversation. I mean, it's interesting. It's just, how... It's just that it makes it... It's difficult to... Something being interesting... There are many interesting ideas, but, how many of them... if we're getting close to, like, a life philosophy or something, that you're able to implement, and how many other people are going to perceive it, I guess. But sure. I don't know. Okay. Let me see. What do I want here? I don't know if I don't know if it bleeds. Yeah, I think I'm going for the marked and the duelist advanced. Yeah, I guess this skill set will work. Okay. Meanwhile, mark, guard, heal. Okay, and I think that's all right. Yep, it's as upgraded as that's getting. All right. Well, it's all the skills and armor. So yeah, let's try this. So Warrens again. It's gonna be that bad. Hopefully I can purify more food out of that. Oh boy. For the worms, sure. That, and yeah, no need to carry blood until one of them gets infected on the mission. That's good. Is 2 keys enough? Sure. Not a dedicated healer, just the bandages? Yeah, I've got money to spare. I do not skimp on taking care of my people. If the thing from the stars is really there, I want it extra light. Good luck. Disease and blight. I still feel like it's mostly bleed here. Okay. Could not open file. Uh-oh. Animation, musketeer. Something dead.png. Hopefully they're not dead. Might be a bug with the palette mod.
Quickly down there in the dark, but perhaps we can slay them even faster.
All right. Okay, starting scout is good. So I have to complete all room battles. Well, unfortunately, and since I didn't scout all the way to the end here, I have to visit this, otherwise I'm gonna have to backtrack. There's the slightest chance I'd have to backtrack all the way. Right? I think you have the best trap. No, both of you? Okay. Okay. Oh, goody! Crimson Court enemies! So fucking fast! Jesus. Nobody got a turn. Oh, nice crits. Plus stun skills. Oh my god. Okay then. Well, they seem to really love focus firing him, so I guess I'll give them what they fucking want. Ugh. Yep. Accuracy's bitch. Well. That sucks. Okay, I haven't dealt any damage. This is rough enough. I'm going for dog treats.
Time to perform beyond one's limits.
Damage and accuracy. Okay. Please? That's not enough bleed, of course. Oh gosh. Alright, you're gonna do the AoE, right? Oh no, by moving forward, I no longer can hit that guy. Shit. Whip? 1 and 5, huh? Ugh. Oh god, please! 1 and 5, that's my XCOM 80%. Yep. Okay. Yeah, get them all. Christ. Go fuck yourself. Okay, so that's dead to bleed. Oh my gosh. Accuracy up, so I mean, keep going. Oh god, we're so much damage. Okay, the bleed means that's dead. Wow. Bandage yourself a bit. Hit by fucking mosquitoes. Ow.
Slowly.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
This is how a life is
bleed
taken.
out, goddamn mosquitoes. How fitting. Dang it. If I had a better... I can't stun him. I could guard... Gosh, I hate giving him more turns. Somebody could get sick or get the Crimson Curse.
Obliterated.
Okay. Nice.
Foolish
Alright.
horrors. Brought low and driven into the mud.
Good use of the anti-venom, I guess, better than throwing it away. I do most of the time. Fuck you, books. Right. Any scouting? Nope. Alright. Is there a room battle here? Ugh. Good surprise, good surprise. Alright, you just need to hit for 7 damage. Yeah, that's what the low... Ugh. Low damage range gets you. Okay. Clear stuns and mark targets. Okay, I gotta remember that's a thing. Good. Oh my fuck! Oh man, that's gonna be bad! As soon as I don't have accuracy from the doggy treats. Because I assumed, you know, with no dodge I would be able to hit, but, you know, RNG? Random. Damage versus marked. Shit. Well, 80%. Accuracy base is even higher than 90 versus... Oh, right, because they still have 15 dodge. Sucks about not setting up the riposte, but I need something to die that isn't my guys. Alright, well. Decent chance if you don't roll minimum of killing stuff. Thank you. Thank you.
Executed with impunity.
Oh my god. Sucks that I have no anti-venom. Oh, cool. Just, yeah, back-to-back turns from... Well, I mean, of course, he was stunned, so he was surprised, so we went at the end, and then he went first. You bitch. Okay, so she's missing 10 health. And after this is done, he's gonna be missing 11. So, yeah. Ugh. Bleeding out. Good. So that means, yeah, nobody else has to do anything. You can heal. Actually, you probably need heal plus stress heal.
Vigor
A critical
restored.
on top of the stress heal. Yeah.
Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
Alright, uncommon, huh? Dodge in the light. Well, unfortunately, this past the early game when you're filling up on trinkets every time, you, yeah, can't just whip that to get it out of your inventory. Don't want to deal with more Crimson Court enemies. Ugh. Okay. No room fight. Okay. Well, I had to be sure. Yep.
A fortune
Ooh.
waiting to be spent.
Alright, so 500 versus 1250 here. Jeez. I feel like I want to save this on the off chance that we run into the thing from the stars. Probably can trade the citrine. Yeah. Screw you! Right. Few traps. The odds are pretty bad. Not gonna be able to reduce stress that way. It's just gonna be the inspiring cry.
A handsome reward for a task well performed.
Okay, well, I knew I was gonna be backtracking, so I didn't pick these up on the way.
Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home.
Okay. Now I should probably check for traps with you, because if you get hurt, you can heal yourself. Oh my god, why? Oh my god. Well, if I don't encounter the thing from the stars, that's potential boss fight, and I mark target and I rush him down. Oh my god, with the dog tree. So yeah, Shambler altar, huh? Okay. Okay. It's a Purify, for a damage boost. So... health's a little low for these two, but I think I don't need to camp yet. And, yeah, I can utilize that. This guy's currently dealing 120% damage. With a Zealous Accusation. Killing two things at once is really cool. Plus 15% on this guy, plus this, setting up riposte. That might be the way to go too. And then when he inevitably marks, when somebody else marks a target, blam. Yeah. I mean, if I increase his damage, right, what happened last battle against the spiders, you won't have that lower end where if you roll low, the spiders live. There are cases for either of them. Yeah, damage up. If I end up using his recovery, then obviously the damage is wasted, so... 30%. Eh? Right. Oh, right. I can top off their own health with food because we're only eating 2 at a time. Right. Max light for surprise and scouting. More spiders. Spoders. Oh, goody. They go first. Thank goodness. 28 dodge. Oh, God. Yeah, she can't dodge. Alright. The spits in her eyes. Can't see. Accuracy down. Okay. You just need to hit.
Another
1 in 4 chance of failure.
from our lands.
Of course, they try to web the person who can clear the stuns. Very accurate. Well. Okay, remove dodge. Yeah. I feel like they're just gonna focus fire her.
Be gone, fiend.
Setting up a riposte. Okay.
Another one
Yep,
falls.
damage range. Ooh.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be
Breed this
beaten.
paper, spiders. Okay. 2. Well, there you go. Yep, no scouting. Into the unknown. Do I... Yeah, I could keep going until it's bad. Yeah. Okay.
Such blockages are unsurprising. These tunnels predate even the earliest settlers.
I have no scouting, so whatever happens. Man! And the spiders. Oh, thank goodness. Yeah. You want the spiders scared of the light. Jeez. If I don't think I'm gonna... I gotta try to take him out, but yeah, if it gets bad enough, I can guard. Yep, a 1 in 4 chance, so it's bound to happen. Minimum damage. Right, from the plus 30%. Accuracy 9. Oh wait, this is a little more accurate. Okay.
Confidence
4/5
surges as
chance.
the enemy crumbles.
Okay. You can take out 1. Yes!
Fiend falls.
Unfortunately, I think it can still bite at any range. Yeah, of course. Guard. Oh. Yeah.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
Now he attacks the riposte before I get a chance to heal. Okay, these are barely worth it. Hmm. Hmm. Uh. Yeah. No scouting. Here we go. Oh god. Why? Well, luckily I still have the buff from the room. Yeah. Not guarding, but dodge. So who knows how much that helped. Oh my god. I'm pretty sure all of these have just a tiny chance of spreading the uh, crimson curse. All right. Set up the mark. Yes. Minus protection. Okay. So... any motherfucker's gonna try to hit him.
Annihilated.
Boomstick. Oh god. I'm gonna have to guard her again. Ow. Heal, but I need the chance of getting rid of that asshole. Thank goodness.
Advantage. Give them no quarter.
Okay. Darn it. Speed 1, huh? Okay, bleed. Damn it.
Destroyed.
Damn it. Yup. Well, shit. Now I really have to rush this because I don't have any blood on me. So I'm not gonna be able to backtrack. Oh shit.
Decimated.
Yep, that just happened.
Be wary. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
Ugh. Oh boy. So, occultist dodge, huh? Not great. Well, shit. That means I'm probably not doing... I'm definitely not doing well enough to do the Shambler. Fuck. So I'm using both of these skeleton keys on the chests there. And screw it. Probably not gonna do that combo. Just take one step out of the fucking room, huh? Yep, already a ton. But I can't go back. My god. I don't think I'm really happy with the cultist stats. Yeah, losing speed for dodge. You want the occultists to apply a lot of their debuffs first. So honestly, this is just a selling item for I think 1125 gold. Man. So yeah, that's not happening. Okay. Hmm. Oh god, a room fight. I mean, a hallway fight. Great. Okay. Fucking dodge. Hmm. Action. Well, is 8 health gonna be low enough with his damage? I think the damage range on the spiders. Hmm. Okay. If you have no dodge, you need to protect you.
Foundation
Okay.
is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Great.
Such a terrible
Crit for
assault
crits, huh?
cannot be left unanswered.
Yeah, there's no way that he was going to be able to outspeed that pig. Yep, can't dodge it. Of course. Ugh. Lovely. Can heal himself. Oh god. Oh god. As low damage as possible without killing anything. Okay. Probably didn't need to do that if I'm gonna just camp somewhere around there. So that's still good. Um, yeah. As long as everybody's around this level of health.
Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
Okay, and that's just the trip back for this. Okay, that's very nice, actually. Ah, no hallway fight. No. Right, because I walked out here, got the Crimson Curse, and I walked back. Alright. Mm-hmm. Right, more meat.
Wealth
Oh,
beyond
wow.
measure,
Okay.
awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
Eat your fill, guys. Stuffed. Okay. Yeah, we can just drop that. Okay. So, whatever room battle may come. No scouting, huh? Alright. Hmm.
Glittering gold, trinkets
Great.
and baubles,
I can get rid of
paid for in blood.
the rest here. Hmm. Alright, let's get you a damage buff. Ugh.
Carelessness will find no clemency in this place.
Ugh. Stress. Oh, wow. Big whiffer! Big whiffer! Okay, well. Damage up. The odds that you kill that guy before he even gets a turn. Ah! Ah, well. Yes, yes, yes. Alright. Come on, guys. Oh, boy. Stunned? Good. He can still self-heal. Exactly what I needed. Okay. Well, spread the damage. Kinda rather get rid of him. Lovely. Rolling high. I'd love to heal, but stop that guy from getting a turn, please. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Thank you. Are we just ending the fight? Not quite. Could get a heal. Ew, no self-recovery, huh? Oh, I'm an idiot. I could have spent the bandage. Yeah. The odds that I'm going to use all three in the last couple hallways here. So... that's good. Okay. Yeah, unless I camp here, well, then I'd lose the damage boost. You need help. He's slow enough that I think I can handle this. So, healing received up and comboed with a good banner. Okay. Yeah, this is a close to manageable amount. I'd like to de-stress there, but the odds of him just slamming somebody again.
A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
Do I... Do I leave shovel? Or... I think... nah. Bandages. Okay. Thank goodness it's a dodgy person. Oh, wow. More uses for the... for the medicinal herbs. Could have had plus 90% here. Yeah, not great, but yeah, a couple of spaces not used for loot, I'm okay with. All this preparation for the thing from the stars. Well, there has to be a room at the end here. Otherwise, I would have completed the quest, so. Oh my god. Dear God, why? Okay, please. Well, there's no way. Yeah, Bloodsucker. Am I gonna need to guard her? Jeez. Yep. Thank you. Thank you, evasion. Okay. Well. to get rid of that dodge, but getting rid of another enemy about to attack. Yeah. He's already infected. Okay, well. Group AoE. I was about to do the de-stress. Oh my god! You dodging king, you! Okay. Try to keep him from getting his move off. Well, shoot. Can't really do anything about that. I actually can't do anything about that. Yep. I don't have the random shot to hit the front line. Well, I guess recover. You're missing 7 health, he's missing 4. Oh, the guard ended. Okay. Yay. Great. Ooh, beautiful rubies.
That overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Okay, the odds that I'm gonna run into an obstacle in the last hallway here means I can probably drop the shovel. Fuck you. Oh my god! Okay. I guess I deserve that, huh? The one tile I couldn't see? Okay. Fucking shit. Okay. So we're taking some health and stress loss. Yeah. Fuck, there was nowhere else to get a shovel. I'm not backtracking.
Without tools to learn, you must rely on flesh and indefatigable purpose.
Okay, well, there's literally the only space remaining. Alright, so yeah, no thing from the stars, unless I fish for it with with hallway encounters, I guess? Otherwise, it's just this room battle. Oh, hey, bandits! Alright, I think... Can't one of these guys go into stealth mode? Or maybe that's on the highest difficulty. Yep, because you like to do that. Almost dead. Okay. So luckily, terrible shot. I think he missed most of us. I was more concerned about just pointing at him after the repost activated. So, yeah, I'd like to keep him from getting a move. Lovely. Okay. Stop you from getting another turn. Then, yeah, hopefully he doesn't shoot. Massively hurt Fitzroy there. What for the de-stress? What's your camp? Yeah, he's got his great camping ability. 90. Of course. Well, I don't want to go back out in front. I guess I'll just end it and camp, perhaps? plus all this damage, though. He wouldn't do that twice in a row, right? Ah. Or bleed. Okay. Yeah, the stress sucks. We can get that back.
The bigger the beast, the greater the glory.
Alright, I think that's a debuff trinket. Nice. Okay. Mm-hmm. So... that's everything. Just the torch. And something else. Well, yeah. What to drop? A lot of great crests and bits and baubles. I think I have enough gold that I actually can leave that emerald. Sucks.
The way is lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
Done and done. Alright, and that's... I think we could get some free food out of this. We might get a disease. Everybody's at 30%. Ugh. Yep. Well, I suppose I deserved that. So... do I just keep going back and forth? Oh, I can't do that. Yeah. The Crimson Curse. I should just camp and leave. No thing from the stars. Unless I keep entering and exiting this hallway. Would that make it spawn? Oh, yeah, like that. So a hallway fight, but is it the thing from the stars? Ugh, no. Just a chance at more disease! Yikes!
Brutality clarified in a single strike.
Okay. Huh. Nice. Minus stress? Ugh. I don't think we're gonna beat him, yep. Disgusting.
This expedition at least promises success.
Well, I'll eat that. Okay. So I made it out a hallway fight. I don't know, like the odds of it becoming thing from the stars.
Huddled together, furtive and vulnerable. Rats in a maze.
Alright. Minus stress taken. Armor yourself. Accuracy, damage, crit. Dodge, speed, melee, wow. Okay. Scouting at the end, not very helpful. Speed up. Well, no, I think I'm gonna leave. Yeah, before the Crimson Curse gets worse. Marching plan on the way home. And also pet the dog. Okay. Uh, there's a chance that we get ambushed. God
Now,
damn it.
the darkness holds dominion. Black as death.
Whee! Literally the worst. This is a reversed formation. Well, probably gonna need to guard somebody really quick. Ugh. Okay, she's got enough health to tank it. One down. Ugh.
Precision.
Nice going. I can't increase the light here, right? Yeah, I don't think that worked.
Compassion is a rarity.
Oh,
in the
okay.
fierce of battle.
Slowly increasing the brightness. Yay.
As victories mount, so too will resistance.
So, yeah, I'm okay with this. I'm not gonna go back for the more Crimson Beasts. I mean, there's a chance I could get more blood out of it if we're already here. And odds of him... Oh, wait, it's that one. Is this just gonna get me a second person or third or fourth afflicted with the Crimson Curse? Your greed. Oh right. Wasn't the event like I burn it with a torch? Oh hey. Asshole with an invitation. Raging Slight and the elusive exit. Alright. Yeah, 21 dodge. Nice. Roll high. Yeah, I was gonna leave,
Unbalanced.
so I didn't get as much buffs from the camp as I should have, probably. Mark target, huh? Okay. Yeah, I think I gotta keep trying to hit him. The odds of just missing. Okay. You. Yep. There it is. That's what I get. Alrighty. All deserved. Wow, roll lower, please. Okay, great. No point blank shot then.
Well struck.
Ah, fucking love Crimson Curse. I love accuracy. Thank you for not rolling minimum. Now we're just gonna get hit by that asshole again. Multiple markings, so I can't guard them all. Might as well. Well, I can still protect them from getting Crimson Cursed, I guess. Of course. Hmm. Oh, I can't call shot on the front guy. Lovely. Clear marked.
In Radiance,
For everybody. Oh no, yeah, you're everybody else? Other heroes, yeah. Her own mark just happened to wear off. Okay, I got blood. And a bunch more. Yeah. The Baron's Invitation. Okay. Cool. Unfortunately. Yeah, I guess goodbye gold. Alright. Sure. Invitation to the Baron. I think I've already... Yeah, I've already got several of those.
Some experiments should have never happened. You are doing just work ending them.
Yeah, very little gold, but tons of heirlooms. Yes. Okay. Behavioral thing I should get rid of. Crit. Interesting. Stress in the ruins, but scouting in the Weald. Minus speed, minus dodge. She's already basically at 0. Plus damage in the ruins. Ooh. Okay. I still like to get rid of those negative stats, so yeah, I guess you two can get some negative quirk fixing. I cannot believe, I can believe, that last encounter gets somebody infected. That's every opportunity. Yep, that's why you don't do it. I can't. I love that. I threw the shovel away right before I needed it.
Absence of good humor.
Shortage of ale. Okay, so the tavern's gonna suck. Kegs. Ironically, those most vocal concerning the current dearth of spirits and mead are the same patrons whose unrestrained exuberance the night before exhausted the supply. Bar is locked. Oh, okay, so just the bar part. But every other thing in the tavern is half off. Cool. Ooh, 84 stress from off from Reynald. Okay. Control the urge. Have to drink. Okay. Yep. Locked off. Cool. So... yeah, a bit of stress, but I need to fix up some of this. No contagion. Oh, is that the problem? By having somebody in there... Yeah, was I treating somebody at the same time as the... somebody else with a Crimson Curse? Damn it. Okay, well, luckily, people I want to treat both don't have Crimson Curse. crit up. He's not very good at it. So I don't think I should lock it in. Healing received on a big tanky unit. It's kind of nice. 40 health. Alright. Nope, no busts. It was all portraits and deeds there. Well, I got a few busts. Okay. Do 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 do. Yeah, I think that's fine. Unholy shooter, huh? Well. Okay. And diseases. Think. Didn't somebody? Yeah. Laville. Still no contagion. There you go. Alright, so the deeds pretty much goes to the stagecoach in the tavern, right? Yeah, the skill training was pretty expensive, so... Ooh, that's all the crests. Alright. Yeah, damage range, probably want that.
A sharper sword, a stronger shield, anything to prolong a soldier's life.
Yeah, and I'm hold off on that. Okay. You might encounter it. Oh, gosh. Please don't show up on the boss run. Fortifying garlic. Light bleed disease. Okay. Good damage over time. Resistance, so... Yeah. Several of your guard units. A lot of the tanky guys with protection. Probably want this. Be nigh unkillable. So yeah, the same Baron. Yeah, I'm up to 8. That's just that. Invitation. Yeah, it looks like this doesn't get re-rolled. So, do I have a team that can do that? Jeez. Well, I just put in Clawville for treatment. Slower but more damage. Okay. Yeah, I think this guy would be good in a big boss fight, where you're expected to take some damage. So, might use him. Yeah, put him in the front. And probably, of course, with all these enemies, some Crimson Curse people. I think last time I had this meta, sort of the odds of your guard units getting Crimson Cursed, because of course they take hits for everybody else, which means they get hit all those extra times. So, yeah, this tendency for like my men-at-arms, my Town Masters, to have the Crimson Curse for taking hits that were intended for somebody else. Yeah, so kind of a way to bring non-cursed people around. Just guard. And I won't have to worry about, yeah, the disease spreading. So... right, what I was looking at before, they're surprisingly resistant to Blight, and you can bleed Crimson Curse units. Ugh. The trick of the light. It's weaker. Okay. So, do I take that? Hmm. Yes, position 3. And you just... Yeah, guard, host, maybe buff. Or, no, swap you for... Oh wait, no, that's only 2 spaces. Dodge and stress. So without marking... well, I know there's a shitty stealth gator units in there, so... De-stealthing. Man. What about the healer? Use that. That, or I just go all but one Crimson Curse. No. Oh. Isn't the deal that the boss fights in the Crimson Court are a determined map? And the map isn't randomly generated? Or it's randomly generated, but it's not reset between your runs? Dodge and speed, that does seem to be a big problem. Hmm. Well, okay. That seems pretty nice. And the usual bandages. Mark and snipe. And yeah, do a ton of blight. You... Hmm. You... Maybe you should be in the front. Slightly... Targeted slightly more. Accuracy and crit. Okay, so you can bleed, heavy bleed, any spot. Hmm. Uh. Hmm. I could do that. Okay. Yeah. Maybe I can try this. Well, it's almost 2 a.m. It's almost 3 a.m. So it's been a solid, almost 6-hour cast. So I think I'll call it there. Fun conversations tonight. Yeah, little odd, a lot of thought provoking, but that's just how I like it around here, right? So, okay. Alrighty then. Well, yeah, guys, so thanks for hanging out for some good old Darkest Dungeon. Yeah, I'm sure people are getting a better feel for Darkest Dungeon 2. And yeah, I don't know. Hopefully it trickles down with other people in the Darkest Dungeon directory. But yeah, so I'm Martin Q. This is the Strategic Retreat, and as you can tell, I like to share my thoughts, play these games, make it a nice place for you guys to joke around, interact, hang out while you play your own games. And I'm sorry, it's hard to think while I'm listening to these lyrics. So yeah, if that sounds like something you'd be interested in being a part of, I'd appreciate it if you'd follow the channel or bookmark the page. Anything that helps you get back here more easily. All of this is in the info section below the stream. There's multiple ways of contacting me. There's my Gmail, my Twitch Gmail. I have a Twitter, MartinQ6. There's a Discord. There's a Steam group. You know, all these things that hopefully can build up a community at some point. Yeah, when I carve out more of a niche here. So yeah, there's a bunch of that. Maybe playing games, multiplayer, I don't know. And just, I tend to play single player, but, you know, the option's there. Yeah, Ezekiel the Third has been good to me many years ago. So, yeah, plenty of fun there. I'm part of the Zeconia streaming group, so check anybody else out there. Yeah, social media, links down below, channel. Yeah, I guess. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Take care. See you next time.